like doing like pre-interview for the letter hack now.
God damn it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that countdown. I don't know why there was a 30-second countdown. Nobody talk over the intro, by the way.
All right.
What is that? What was that countdown about?
No, don't talk over the
You made
intro.
the stream look like shit. People are gonna see this countdown. They're gonna think we're amateurs.
Are we back to talking?
Can we start over?
I have strong opinions.
I prefer not to talk over the intro.
All right.
Okay, we had someone in the chat say this music is annoying, though. How about
good.
you? Can you please stop watching the stream?
No, see, they get it. They get it. What's up, Vanguard is here. What's up, Gavin and Zach?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
How's it going? How's it going?
What did you think about the music in the intro?
I thought it was annoying, personally. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, man.
I'll have you know, I made that whole song in 4 minutes and something seconds.
No, I'm kidding. It's a great intro. Whoever did the animation did a great job too.
That's Jake.
Yes, they did.
Well, no one says the animation's annoying in chat, so.
Hey, I got banned in the majority report chat.
Wow. What?
No, you were shooting off at the mouth.
I wasn't though. Why would I? I mean,
I don't
they
think
have
you
a
get banned
beef.
for no reason.
Do you? Hey, do you?
You're just dropping bombs in the first 2 minutes here.
Gavin
you got
and Zach,
banned
I mean,
from the
I'm
majority
heated.
report?
Does everyone know about my beef with the majority report? Do you guys know about this?
I haven't heard about this. No, we're the beef guard after all. If there's a beef, we've heard about it. So this
Well, now
I've been
going on
nuclear
the
bomb has just been dropped in this beef. We're escalating.
It's been going on for months.
Sounds like a unit in Diablo.
I have so many clips. They were talking about sending me a cease and desist.
Oh no shit.
And so what happened was they have this legendary caller, John from San Antonio, who's like an elections expert, right? Especially with progressive elections. He's like, he crunches the numbers. It's amazing. His poll predictions. Yeah. Okay. So I had him on my show. I have everybody on my show, right? So I had him on. And then I started having him on a regular basis, and he was calling into the majority report and like plugging it during his call. And Sam got very upset. And so
he's a petty man. We respect him, but you know,
this is what I was saying is the Sam Cedar, he's from this Ivy League, you know, raised by lawyers. He's a very litigious kind of fellow. You know, he always goes back into that state of mind, you know, whenever he's got a slight issue with somebody, lawsuit, cease and desist. Let me call my parents, you know.
You guys are trolling. I know.
Watch.
I actually hate you.
Check it out.
Good afternoon, Sam and Emma. This is John from San Antonio.
John from San Antonio. Long time no hear from. It is primary day, so here you are.
Yeah.
What's the matter? Letter Hack's not streaming right now?
Ooh, burn.
Wow. You're laughing in the background, right?
They think
that's some serious stuff. You know what I mean? I you know what? Gavin and I, we're deep in the halls. We have a lot of people, you know, you'll read our comment section, you'll see we have a lot of leverage with the elite Democrats of this country. We have a lot of leverage with the power dons and financier class. Read about it. Many people are discussing the Vanguard Connects, and so don't worry. You know what? We can put our thumb on the scale. You know, we can be litigious too. You know what? I mean, we'll let them know that the letter hack means business. You know what I mean? We'll put the word out.
Good.
This is awesome. We're building a coalition.
Yeah.
Like you're the vanguard of our coalition here. That's what's happening.
What? The knuckles don't lie.
Yep. Many are suffering also these days from Vanguard derangement syndrome. It's a new epidemic, a new pandemic. Even you guys should probably put your mask on again. Break it out of the drawer if you haven't worn it lately, because this virus is spreading quickly.
Yeah. Yes, it's true. Any known criticism of the Vanguard is a symptom.
That's awesome. Yeah. No, I watch your show faithfully. I think it's great.
Thank you.
I hate watch it, but I've seen it.
I mean, hey, hate watchers are watchers. You know what I mean? Gavin
Those
and I
are
only see the
views.
view count. I don't watch the live chat. Only the people who pay for membership. So if they're criticizing me, they've at least paid to do it.
Zach had to stop watching the live chat.
I don't like watching the live chat because then if people criticize me, I'll second guess myself. I'll be like,
that's why I
think I'm on a
stopped
roll.
streaming.
Yeah.
I just do
You really-
videos
you
now.
really-
I don't need a live chat. You know.
Yeah, but we do really blur the line between the watcher and the hate watcher. I mean, often it's one and the same when it comes to our audience.
That's
you
really
get-
the ideal, you know, like people like when they develop like a routine around hating you, it's a customer for life, ideally.
True.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of that. You know, it's
WYCD
one of the
thread.
things we were talking about that because sometimes people will ask us, they'll be like, oh, you know, like how's things going? And, you know, we'll be like, well, things aren't going that great, but let me tell you what, a lot of people do know we exist. Like we're not exactly profiting off of that. But if you were to throw a rock in Washington, D.C., there's a chance that person's heard of our show and seen a clip. They'll be like, wait, the assholes that called that guy Roger Federer, and they'll be like, that was us. Yeah, that was us. That clip went viral. But like nothing concrete. You know what I mean? Usually we have like a good like 6-month romance with people. We're, you know, Gavin and I are like Fabio. You find our show, you run away with us to an exotic island, you spend 8 weeks with us, and then you're ready to go back home to somebody that's a little more stable, a little less neurotic, you know, somebody that takes their medication when they're told to. The Vanguard is we're hot to trot, you know what I mean? We're Broadway Street in Nashville, you know what I mean? After that, you're ready to go back home to Memphis.
That's
You
like
get
at-
your groove back.
Yeah.
Empathy
There,
signal.
I'm in.
there was a time where I was doing LSD for like 2 months straight every day, and I was sitting in JFK, the Oliver Stone
It's-
JFK
You were
movie in the
inside
theater.
JFK, you shrunk down.
No,
then
and I
time
was like,
traveled.
man, I just gotta call my dad and tell him I feel so irresponsible. Like
So
right in
you
the
were
middle
in
of this.
JFK for 2 months straight. You were just chilling at the airport for a whole 2 months.
I just
On
needed something more
LSD.
stable.
That's a good you know, I had a question about JFK. Is it true that he was even remotely anti-establishment, or did Oliver Stone just make all that shit up? Because I feel like everything
Oh.
I've read about the Kennedys suggests that they were like deeply militaristic and like pro-establishment. Like I feel like Oliver Stone just
It's mostly they had a disagreement, you know, as to how to do it. You know, there was no like real ideological I'm against the
Yeah.
war.
Well, I think it was a book, right? Wasn't it? But I think what Oliver Stone did was he took every single theory and conspiracy and just put them all in one.
God, I love JFK. I love getting on a lot of drugs and just watching that whole movie in one sitting at like 2 a.m. You know,
It's a good movie. I
insane.
love the film.
I think the best thing about the movie is that they don't really put too like JFK's not in it. It's all in the aftermath of his assassination. I think it would put too much pressure on. If you were gonna have a man out here talking the entire movie about how you must not ask what your government could do for you, but what you could do for your government. You know, nobody could make it through the entire film. It's an impossible job. One, because nobody sounds like that anymore. That Irish Boston accent is extinct.
It's
You know what I
gone.
mean? But
it is a good movie though.
oh, it's a classic movie. But yeah, I think that if once you read Dark Side of Camelot, all the romance about the Kennedys is pretty much shattered, right?
Oh,
you know what I mean? You're like, oh gosh, this is actually just an early Trump story, right? Except his dad was way more involved.
I had some political insight, but now I'm on a totally different track. Do you guys reckon that we've had a lot of undocumented accents just disappear before the age of like cell phones?
Well, do you know what it is? All of us are drifting towards a more homogenized Midwestern accent because of the way that our society has gelled together. We aren't seeing so much of the, you know, the Italian, the Turkish, the Polish, the Ukrainian, the, you know,
But even
Slovenian.
beyond that, even just like American regions, like when I was in the South last time, I did think it was interesting how like in North Carolina and Tennessee, a lot of people just sound like they're from Kansas, like they don't sound like they're from the South anymore. So I do know what you're talking about.
I had to undo my Maryland dialect when I moved.
How do
moved
people
to
from Maryland
Colorado.
sound? Put it back on for a second.
Like we
They
said, water.
sound pretty funny.
Do you want a cool
water?
Cool glass of water?
A cool glass of water.
Yeah.
And like
that's fun. I could
like
be down with that.
The Baltimore dialect is like, you want to go down the shore, hun? Balmer. It's kind of there's kind of a
I
Pennsylvania
love how you're not
Jersey
changing
border.
the tone of your voice at all. You're just going like you like it's just one like, you know, full sentence, and then the accent changes in the middle of the fucking sentence, and
You
then
get
mouth gets smaller.
You get a flat tire, and in Carroll
Hey, when that
County,
happens?
and you're screwed. But like when I moved to Colorado, people were saying wildfire, and I was saying wallfire, and I was like,
wallfire.
ooh, I can hear that shit coming out wrong. So I just
Gross.
and I would
It
always
does seem though like that's being more homogenized, like all of culture.
Yeah.
I feel like we're kind of in like the monoculture era where because of the internet and social media, everyone's just
That's
like
such a
always
good
talking
point.
about the same thing or like a variation of the same thing. They're repeating the same talking points. Like how people talk about how there used to be all these different grocery stores and then they kind of got consolidated and now there's like 3 companies that own every grocery store. The internet is kind of like that, but as far as discourse, you used to have all these people out there like reading books and like talking to people and then regurgitating whatever that person said. Like I read some crazy book at the library, now I'm going to tell you what I read inside of it. Nowadays it does seem like people are more predictable, like you hear the same 5 talking points over and over again just depending on who you're talking about or talking to. That's kind of the vibe I get.
yeah.
The
To a
NPC
degree,
internet
you're right.
theory.
With the accents specifically, I find that fascinating. That as mass communication expands, there is something that we lose, and that is the distinct identity of smaller regions. And the fact that you brought that up reminded me, like, my father's from Grand Rapids, Michigan. I am not from Grand Rapids. When I talk about a hopping amphibian, I say frog. He says frog. And
Yeah,
I say
yeah.
fog. He says fog. That's a specific Grand Rapids, Michigan accent. You go west of there, east of there, nobody says it like that. But yeah, I don't hear that even in Grand Rapids anymore. It's fascinating. A good call on that, and I'm a little sad now.
Yeah,
should
it's
bring it
got, like
back.
we
Goddamn
talked about
Rick
this a
Grand
little
Rapids.
bit with like JD Vance because he wants to pretend like he's such an Appalachian or whatever, but he
Yeah.
sounds like he's from Orange County, California. Like you would never know he was from that part of the country just
Oh,
based
yeah.
on his
You
presentation.
never
or the
know
way he
he's from
talks.
Orange County, Florida.
I've done I've done Habitat for Humanity work camps for
Mhm.
weeks at a time in West Virginia, like Appalachia area, and
So you worked at a work camp? Is
that
what you
fucker
said?
is not from there. And if he,
Ah.
I mean, that's like somebody saying they're from someplace because they were
somewhere.
born there, and then their parents moved like before they were 1 year old. Like that doesn't
Yeah.
count.
I choose to believe that because that by that philosophy, Aretha Franklin is a Detroiter, and I need
Oh,
to
okay.
hold on to that.
You
No, yeah,
gotta
I'm saying that's why I'm on board with this. It's for selfish reasons.
No, that's cool. Hey, is there anything in the news that you want? I mean, there's a lot of shit happened like right at the end of the day today, and I know you
I know,
guys
it was
just did your
crazy news, though.
show.
Oh yeah,
What happened?
but
Are
that's
we talking
okay.
about the fucking the Russia?
Are you talking about how, hey, Matt, you're a regular guy. If somebody was going to offer you $100,000, no questions asked per video that you dropped, and they're just going to heavily encourage you to praise the Ugandan government, wouldn't you be like, hey, man, I don't know, maybe this is coming from the Ugandan government, and I should check what kind of red tape the United States has about being an unregistered foreign agent?
It's like I always see these guys because I watch a shitload of these shows, right? Like that's my whole
you're preaching to the choir,
thing.
my dude.
And you see these guys, it's like they have how many subs? They make how much money? They put out 4 videos a month. Who are they? Like, what's their background even? Just like so weird, right? And I always think like, they bought that somehow. That's not organic, at least, right? And now it's
Sometimes
like
it's organic. It's just like people will I think a good example of this, right? And this person's not indicted by the DOJ, but they are so obviously paid off by foreign interest.
Yeah,
that it's not even worth discussing. So when Gavin and I were first starting out our show, we were hyper competitive, right? I think you just have to be, right? We were also locked down in COVID. We were focused. We were just like, we have to grow, right? So we made like kind of like a competitor for ourselves out of this kid. who was a very similar size show as us at the same time, kind of operating in the post-Bernie bro era, navigating it. I remember they sent us a message after we got Noam Chomsky on our show, which was a huge get, and they were a little pissed off that Noam Chomsky had never responded to their emails, and they were like, how did you get Noam on the show? We were like, I don't know, dude. We emailed him, he emailed us back, right? Now Jackson Hinkle is off doing all kinds of ridiculous stuff, right? And that was this kid, and we didn't really like him. I remember I called him out because he made some really derogatory comments about women with like this random jabroni that he had on, and they were like ranking like which women from which country were the most daring women, and I was like, this is like disgusting pig shit. Like we roasted him over the coals for it on our show, right? We were like, this is the beginning of the end for you, right? But then this kid, he just ramps it up to infinity, right? Like he goes to Russia, he's making full-on propaganda for China, you know, he's on state media, he's like addressing Brazil in Brazil. He was in Venezuela, in Venezuela after the election, like clearly surrounded by government officials from governments who are not in like Americans, right? And you're just like, all right, that's the path you decided to go to. That's the path you go down when you have absolutely no morals and you will say anything for clout, money, and privilege.
There was actually, for me at least, like kind of a post or a pre and post Jackson Hinkle understanding of this stuff, because before Jackson just did that and went so obviously into like the I'm a foreign agent who will just sell out to the highest bidder, literally, I was kind of like, come on, like I don't think Russia's funding political commentators in America. That just seems like more of the kind of Russiagate era fear mongering. Like, let's see some evidence. This is conspiratorial. People are just saying things because they can't handle disagreement. So they're just smearing everyone as being paid off. But then that dude pretty easily just straight up literally became a freaking, foreign Russian funded commentator, provocateur, whatever you want to call it. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess it actually is not only possible, but pretty easy to make that happen. Like, it's not that difficult. I'm not saying, Zach and I we've never got an offer from some foreign country, but I guess if you want to do that, it's not that hard to make it happen. So I'm like, shit, I guess we do have to think about this.
What
I'm
can
loving
do
this Buck
at
Jackson
wycdnetwork.com.
Yeah.
Is how you I'm just for the foreign agents that want to bribe me. Now you know.
Andrea had a whole debate
cool
set up
country,
with Hinkle, and
don't even get me started. That was like a multi-week
he
saga.
chickened out.
Well, no. He
chickened
chickened
out.
out like 5 times. And then it happened. And then it was like we were debating about fucking Netflix or some shit. I don't
So weird.
And he got mad at me because I was smoking weed on webcam, and he thought that was disrespectful. And
fuck you, dude. That's the kind of stupid shit when you don't have an argument. That's the kind of shit you do. Like, okay, grandpa. All right, have fun.
So, do you
That's
think
one of the things I hope to debate Sagar and Jetty one day? I hope to get to the level where our channel is like at an esteemed portion.
Unfollowed us on Twitter, so it's probably not.
I know it's probably never going to happen. I think we've ratioed him into oblivion too many. We've never ratioed him, but we've gone for it.
Idiot, man. I hate that this guy is taken seriously in any left-wing spaces.
Yeah.
Got
a lot of love in my heart for Crystal Ball. I really do have a lot of love in my heart for Crystal Ball. And the fact that she puts up with Sagar every day, God bless her, man.
I couldn't do it.
It's not that I respect Sagar and Jetty, but out of every right winger or Republican or whatever, like he's just the only one who I can even take seriously at all. Like, even though I disagree with him, it doesn't feel like I'm just responding to a straw man. When we're
he's not a bad person.
Sagar clips, like at least he. Like compared to your average conservative, he seems like a genius. But I agree. I mean, I'm not a fan of his comments.
Oh yeah, no, and I didn't mean to take like a personal shot at Sagar. I've met the dude. He's not like unpleasant to be around. I just happen to disagree with like 99.9% of everything he's ever said.
I was gonna have him on, but then I was like, nah,
he's not a bad person, right? Like he just happens to be an actual legitimate right winger, and he will say stupid shit you cannot believe he actually.
I don't want to give him the platform.
Like I'm down to
you would
bring out the hot take and say, if you are a Republican and you genuinely mean it, you probably are a bad person. I mean, I don't want to get you guys canceled or anything here.
Oh no,
here's what I'll do.
I just mean to say, like, if you were eating dinner with the guy, you would be like, oh, he's like pretty normal in comparison to a lot of the deranged Republicans.
Sure,
thought of.
I'll bring him on. Before we go live, I'll be like, here's how I do the show, whatever. It's going to be good faith, super chill. Then the intro goes, but when it comes up, it's you guys.
What a nightmare.
Exactly.
Oh shit, we do the old Steven Crowder, Sam Cedar. You know what I mean? The H3.
That needs to be a thing.
Dude, Gavin and
That
I
should
would
have been
show
the
up with
beginning of a
hot
trend.
glasses
Please,
on.
yes.
We can do that. We can do that if you want. I can
Big
make
old
that happen.
backwoods.
That'd be funny as shit.
You
Okay,
know,
but look, is this shit happening close to this election? Like, could this have happened at a different time? I haven't looked
What is
into it too
this?
much. The
guess-
DOJ unsealing this and talking about Russia buying off these podcasters. Is this the kind of shit?
Should've
Because
been done.
yesterday, even Routers was reporting about the Chinese social media influence operation.
Did you say
I love
Raptors?
that we call it or
It's
Reuters.
Reuters, but I say
Is
it
that your
routers
Maryland
all the
accent?
time.
Whoa,
Yeah,
all
that's
the
just
time.
my
Hold the
that's
phone.
just my
That's
talking
just how it's
style.
spelled. It
Man,
should
I
be
would have called it
pronounced
Routers too.
Did this
I call it that
routers?
frequently.
Like .com?
You fuckers knew what I was talking about.
We all
That's
knew
what
what you were
counts. So,
talking about.
That's how it's spelled. But yeah.
Are we fucking like carving up wood? What are we doing here, routers?
but they call it spamiflage, which I like. I love that, right? Spamiflage or Dragon Bridge. That's how they track these
This is Dark Souls?
Chinese social media influence things, where they take over all these platforms and sites and just put bots out there to push like election disinformation. But like these stories come out like leading up to the election. Like I feel like these should be like ongoing investigative journalism.
Well, they should, but otherwise, Matt, and this is the really important thing here, then they wouldn't be able to score cheap, lazy political points off of it, right? And so for people like us, it's an eye roll, right? We're like, Russiagate, are you fucking kidding me? There was, no smoking gun. Do we have to go back to the Mueller report? How many millions of dollars and countless hours were spent looking, no
Hard
smoking
disagree,
gun,
but go ahead.
right? I mean, that's why Donald Trump's in jail for Russiagate. But I think that if you look at it, most people just tuned it out because nothing happened, right? But they're going to resurface it because the people who are diehard MSNBC liberals, the people who are missing, Rachel Maddow coming out every night to lead them down the Mueller, she wrote, rabbit hole, that is going to be really profitable to them. It's not profitable to them all the time, but I think in the lead up to the election, it will be. And look, I am actually not opposed to this DOJ investigation popping. I think that if you look at what happened, you look at how dumb, Tenet Media or whatever the fuck it is that Tim Pool runs. It's based out of Nashville. The person who's also described in there could very easily be Rave Dubin, which I think would be absolutely hysterical. And I think that if you're dumb enough to take $100,000 from an unidentified source, you deserve to be investigated criminally. I'm sorry, but if it's going to be that easy to bust you, you deserve to get busted. You know what I mean? It's like, how could you not ask any questions?
Yeah, no, I actually agree with that. I think that, one, I don't know if it was under Elon or the previous Twitter, but like when they used to put the little tags like, Russian associated media company or something like that, or like Chinese based media company. Like, I actually thought that was totally fine. I would like to know that if I'm about to read an article or
I would only add like, U.S. state affiliated media. That would be my only criticism.
Yeah,
that I was actually.
Why are we tracking this shit? Yeah,
right. Which is that if you're, paid by an American media company, then they should also say that, right? But I don't actually have a problem with that. I think that makes everyone's media literacy better to say, hey, this, article I'm about to read actually might be propaganda funded by a foreign government. Okay, well, I'll still read the article, but that definitely informs my ability to process it in a way that's not, whatever. So that's helpful. I don't give a shit about that. And I think that, as Zach said, we do live in a free country. If you want to take money from Russia to make propaganda for them, I don't think you should go to jail for it, but I think you should have to identify yourself as such. I think people the people do have a right to know that the information they're getting from you isn't necessarily your thoughts, but you're being paid to say it.
Two thoughts, gentlemen and lady. Just jump back to gentlemen again. Number one is conclusions. I think you're dead on. I think this is necessary going forward, especially as we enter a media atmosphere where there's going to be literally tens of thousands of choices to hear about the same story. It should be a requirement that in the description, not placed on the social media companies, but by the actual content producer. If you were paid to produce content, just like with sponsored advertising, we have precedent for this. It must be a requirement that in your description, you list who paid you to say it. For NBC, that's easy. National Broadcasting Company told me to say this. But for folks like Steven Crowder, it's going to be eye-opening. For folks like Dave Rubin, this would have been a non-scandal because we would have known already. I think you're dead on with that. And my piece on Russiagate, I'm not going to open the whole can of worms because it's less relevant to the conversation, but there is a difference between there was nothing there and there was nothing done about it. That is the sticking point.
I'll concede that. My only final pushback would be that they were fucking goddamn desperate to do something about it, my man, and that's why I've always held out that, like, hey,
Bill Barr would
like to get him on something, but
Bill Barr,
anyway, I mean,
full on covered up what appears to be some connections that were given to us by the Italian government. But the point being,
I think you could way more easily go after him for Saudi Arabian connections. You know what I mean?
True.
And the fact that they chose not to do that was always very crazy to me. I was like, you could make this case in broad daylight with the emoluments violations that he had with his deals, the Bank of Saudi Arabia, all that shit.
A cornucopia of choices with corruption for this prick. We can
100%.
pick any
No
one and
arguments
it's
there.
disqualified.
I thought it was funny when, I don't know, I can't remember if it was Maddow or somebody from the Washington Post or whatever, but somebody was like, we just got a manila envelope sent from somebody inside the Trump campaign, and we think it might have to do with Russia. And then they would fizzle right away. It would just, they'd say, tune in tonight.
Envelope before we do the public announcement.
There's just more than one
They
time.
tried to do the Geraldo opening the vault with it.
Yeah.
They were making a spectacle of it. That was the
I watched that live, by the way. I'm that old. We were all tuned in prime time to watch Geraldo open Al Capone's vault. And there wasn't shit in there. It was hilarious. It was bone dry.
I've watched documentaries about that on YouTube, and then you're like, oh, I watched that live on TV.
Live, yeah. In my living room
Matt,
with my whole family.
Can I ask you, how old are you?
I'm 49. I'll be 50 in December.
Okay, right on. I was just curious because that seemed to be the touchstone right there that you've been around the block a while.
Yeah.
Let me throw that back at you guys. You got a successful channel here.
We're both 26.
26?
Yeah.
All right.
We started the show in 2020 during the pandemic. And it's so funny too, dude, because I had a huge beard and long hair, and I was like 40 pounds heavier than I am now, so I look like a completely different person. And then you'll look at Gavin. Gavin looks exactly the same. He hasn't aged today.
Nice.
You should.
This is what I love, though.
Age, you've just changed your.
Yeah, exactly. Gavin got tired of working with the old Zach, and he had to, put me in a machine and crank out a different version.
Okay,
Great
nowadays, young people are, I don't know if it's the fucking internet or what, but 26-year-olds when I was a kid, or
they're all
not a kid,
now.
when I was 26, we did not give a shit about politics like 26-year-olds do now, 20-somethings do now. We did
You guys
not.
had so many more movies to watch, dude. If I was a video store generation kid, I would be like Richard Linklater living my life in fucking Austin, Texas, but not like successful Richard Linklater. Richard Linklater, if he never actually made a movie, but just talked to all of his friends about it for 30 years.
Yeah. No, I was walking around a registered Republican, not a Republican though, just didn't give a shit. It was weird, man.
Did you vote for Bush?
Oh, I love when this part happens. The look on y'all's faces. He's about to say it. Wait for it.
I wanted McCain.
You wanted McCain to be president? Wow.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh, Barack Obama. This is the kind of Republican I've been fucking looking for, man.
Dude, honestly,
I just realized
all the time. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, you guys, you grow up dodging bullets and having adults do nothing about it. It makes you realize I got to get involved in how all this stuff runs.
Yeah,
I wish we had an inspirational story to tell you something like that. Like, God, I was really woken up by the Parkland school shooting. Gavin and I have been addicted to the horse race since we came out the motherfucking womb, man. When Gavin and I met in 2008. So Gavin and I have been boys since 5th grade, right? And we met because both of our moms used to not we had a certain allocation of how many times we could get lunch.
Quick question. I don't mean to interject. Were you girls in 4th grade?
No, I just meant we were boys, like homies. We've been sorry. I just Midwestern vernacular. Sorry, I just meant we've been homies for a long time. We've been friends.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, sorry about that. Little regional slang for you. See, it's not all that. We're not all homogenized, but I just mean we've been homies for a while, and our moms would only let us eat school hot lunch a few times a week, right? So we always packed a lunch. And the way it worked, if you packed your lunch, you had to sit down at the tables first. I didn't know anybody. I had just moved to Walnut Grove, 5th grade. So I would sit next to Gavin. We both strike up conversations. My dad's a deranged Republican that thinks like Sarah Palin's an inspiration for my sister and that John McCain's going to lead the country into the future, whatever. My dad's a good guy, but we have very different politics, right? And then Gavin's parents, they had some political sense at the time. And they were like, you know what, this Barack Obama guy, he seems like the clearly superior option. So Gavin and I would bicker back and forth. And, we've always just maintained like a pen pal, like rapport about politics and film.
I was delusional though. I was raised Catholic and had no idea what I really was raised to believe the whole, like, no, just pull up your bootstraps, get a fucking job, that kind of thing. But I was also like volunteering in my community on a weekly basis, like running food kitchens. And I was doing all kinds of like, like super socialist things and trying to be like very well-rounded person. But just politics wise, I just didn't, it was a huge blind spot. And as soon as I got switched on, I just went full bore. But anyway, I really appreciate the younger generations being more involved because my generation kind of fucked up.
Yeah, I'd love to get your opinion on it, all of you guys. But I think that, an obvious reason why that is just because of the fact that we have the internet and that young people these days are getting their political content and their political infotainment from YouTube, from TikTok, from all of these social medias. They're not just reliant on cable news for political commentary, which is kind of the situation I feel like previous generations were in, unless they were going to go, start buying like political books or something like that, and I'm sure there were other avenues to engage with politics in, but, back in the day, it was kind of, you had less options, right? And I think a lot of boomers, for example, are still stuck in that. Like, for example, my grandfather, who I love, he doesn't really understand the fact that you can access all this commentary on the internet. So he still just watches MSNBC. That's like his, like YouTube, right? That's where he gets his political takes. But younger people, they have this entire internet of content to, look through. And I think that's, part of what's inspired Zach and I to create the kind of content that we do, meeting people where they are, understanding that you can make political content that transcends the political genre and, make it appealing to people in different ways, talking about political drama, talking about beef, all that kind of fun stuff. But it's funny because it doesn't actually just appeal to young people. There's actually a lot of boomers in our audience. There's a lot of like 60, 70-year-old people that also love the kind of content we make, even though there was probably nothing necessarily like that when they were growing up.
Yeah, we're in a unique position where none of the people who make up the like bulk age demographics of our show are our age. We've always been dramatically younger than our key demos. So if you look at the people who watch the Vanguard, it's usually like 33 to 48. That's the age demographic of like the people who we hit the hardest with. And then of course there are plenty of people who fall outside of those brackets, but that's where like 60, 70% of the people who tune into our show are coming from. And we're
finally getting young people on the show. I'm always the young one here. We're always getting like fucking 30 and 40 and 50-year-old guests.
Well,
we had like a 60-year-old guest, like, come on, like, no offense. They're great guys. I love them dearly, but like,
no, I hear you. And it's hard to cut your teeth in this lane. And as a young person, there's not a lot of avenues. It's also a pretty directionless career path. I feel like a lot of people who have success and are able to navigate new media, outside of a handful of people who are deeply inspiring to me, like
speak for yourself.
Kyle Kalinske, he didn't really have a background before he got on Secular Talk. He just grounded out and, stood out because of who he was as a commentator and as a guy. And he succeeded in that way. But most people who have dramatic success, if you look at Hassan Piker, if you look at Sam Cedar, if you look at the guys who are the big names, Crystal Ball, these people had success outside of just starting a YouTube channel and growing organically. Sam Cedar had been a comedian. You have Crystal Ball, who was on MSNBC. Hassan Cenk Uygur put him on the Young Turks Network because he was his nephew. And not that Hassan wasn't also a great commentator, but that's a connect that a lot of people who are just sitting in their house in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, they're not going to have that advantage, right? So how do you, as a young person in this like amorphous space, stand out? How do you, create an audience that wants to follow and give a shit what you have to say when you have, nothing but your microphone and webcam? You know what I mean? It's very difficult and it's very daunting. So I feel like you don't see as many young people. Do what?
You pop your shirt off.
Pop your shirt off. There you go. Yeah. If I had anything to sell underneath this shirt, it would have come off long ago, and I would have kept it off. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to do us any favors.
The thing is, it's like
I'll do a little hamburger meat.
Hey, don't.
The tie is off.
Younger people. It is the internet, right? But here's the thing: it's like cable news came around, and right away everyone was like, "Oh, it's just feeding itself. It's got to be this 24-hour cycle. This is kind of bullshit. We could see through this almost immediately." Plus, cannot relate to these people in their suits and whatever, right? No offense, Jake, but like then the internet becomes this thing, YouTube becomes this thing, and people who are involved in politics are involved in commentating on the politics and analyzing it. And that's where you get like Secular Talk, the Rational National, the Humanist Report, the Vanguard. All these shows start to spring up, and it's a lot more relatable. So I think that people are like, oh, I can finally trust the person that's talking to me about this shit. Oh, and they're also advocates, and they're not just being paid to say shit.
Yeah,
it's kind of empty, and a lot of times it's like inspiring boots on the ground. If it isn't, then it's at least inspiring people to like get more involved in politics, just in terms of register and actually vote.
There's one other element that I feel cannot be understated or overstated, which is that 20 years ago, the only mass communication that was able to do news shows ran on hardware that required about 10 grand a month in electricity to power. And now it's damn close to free.
Are you talking about like the Tom Green show? Or yeah, Tom Green, wasn't he the guy that did that like show back in the day?
No, I'm just talking about any time you got a news report, it had to come from a place that ran a tower that sent out a signal. And that tower, just the electricity to power it, costs tens of thousands of dollars, even for the smallest ones, which means you were only hearing the news from organizations that could afford tens of thousands of dollars a month.
That's so true. I mean, it's kind of, if you think about it, obviously the other or one of the other big passions Zach and I share is film. It's kind of like the independent film movement, specifically when, film itself kind of became irrelevant and people started shooting on digital cameras. All of a sudden you had just average people who had the ability to pick up a camera and make a movie, even people that didn't necessarily go to film school, people that weren't classically trained. All of a sudden they're making movies that are just as good, if not better, than the people that were classically trained. And that's kind of like with YouTube. I mean, Zach and I have no technical qualifications to be doing this show. I have a minor in political science from UMKC.
He has a film degree. I have no degree.
Extent of our qualifications.
I dropped out of high school, so I win.
Hey,
in the unqualified Olympics here.
There you go. But I mean, that doesn't. No one cares. It's not like, I mean,
I care.
Disagree with you, but even if they disagree with you 100% and think it's the dumbest thing they've ever heard come out of your mouth, they don't know that. They can't, leave a comment saying this woman doesn't even have a high school degree. They don't know. You might as well have 4 PhDs. I wouldn't know.
I actually have 7 PhDs.
I gotta hook you guys up with Movies versus Capitalism. Have you heard of that podcast?
That's the Sirota one, right? Or
it was. Now they broke out on their own, and one of the hosts, Frank Capello, is working for Mehdi Hassan. So there's a
fuck yeah,
over at Zateo.
I'm gonna be on their show for the second time in October, talking about the movie Killing Them Softly.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, the Brad Pitt one.
Yeah, about how they robbed that one poker game and it disrupts the gangster economy.
I've actually been meaning to watch that film. I haven't checked it out yet.
Oh yeah, don't let me ruin it. It's great.
Bringing back a segment that we did at the very beginning of our show before anybody gave a fuck about us, where we would talk about like anti-capitalist sentiment in films. Like we did like Brazil, we did Spring Breakers. I think we did They Live. We did a couple of other ones.
That's fucking awesome. Yeah.
I
love movies. I'm a nut.
Oh, me too. Yeah, we did Videodrome, I think. We did a bunch of shit.
Wow.
Yep.
Can I bring our conversation back to the internet for a moment?
No.
I'd love to talk about movies, though.
Movies.
But I'm riddled with short-term memory loss for unknown reasons. So I'd like to dump my brain.
So it was all your base belonged to us.
Damn it.
Kyle Kalinske. What's next? I don't know. Go ahead.
Well, now I'm confused.
Oh, that was just
No.
the oldest.
Well,
meme
we're
that
talking
exists.
about the internet and how it's inspired young people to be able to do stuff. And I started doing YouTube when I was like 13 years old, so I definitely resonate with a lot of that. I'm 28 now, by the way. So I'm pretty young.
Well, similar
Um,
generation. Yeah.
Yeah, but like
Crazy.
kids growing up nowadays though are and I think a completely different dynamic because for 26 or 28-year-olds, like we kind of grew up like reading and researching things that were more like grounded in like the pre-internet kind of world.
Yeah,
But
the
like I
forum
feel like
world.
we're in this like disinformation vortex nowadays, and like it's really hard to find like genuine, real, honest news versus like we were talking about Hinkle earlier. Like how many millions of followers does this guy have now because he's just been getting on the Russian payroll, right? So like I'm worried that like we are in this weird slice of a generation where we had this lucky access to this internet that was like uncensored. Like it was still uncensored enough that we could get real honesty, and it was still small enough that people that actually cared could get to the top, or at least to where we could find them. But like, if you're 14 years old right now, what are you seeing for like political influence? You're seeing like right-wing streamers all over the place. There's a lot of teenagers that are worshiping like the Andrew Tate characters. You know what I mean? Like, I think that like we're in this weird cross section of a generation where we actually had some semblance of access to like a grounded history, but then like we were able to pick the parts of it that actually made sense, versus nowadays.
I agree with that to some extent. It does feel like back in the day, the internet was way less insane and that it was easier to tell what was real versus what was fake. That's
just
my
10 years ago,
opinion.
even. Yeah.
Right. That's how I feel. But I also think it's fair to say that the kids these days, even younger people, they also probably have a higher degree of internet, literacy than your average person, given the fact that they were, brought up on the internet. They've known the internet their entire life.
But that's my pessimism.
I mean, from my personal perspective, it's actually not hard to tell what's fake news versus what's real news online, even on Twitter, where the lines are blurring every day. It's pretty obvious. Basic research is still something that's fairly easy to do. Like, it doesn't actually take that long to figure out if something's true or not. And I do feel like most people that grew up on the internet also understand that, they're not like these 70-year-old boomers who are falling for AI images on Facebook and that think everything is real. That's not, like, you know what I'm saying?
I think that, but to give Andrea's point some weight for a second, because I agree with what you're saying. For people like us who have media literacy, sure. But what I think it is like, there's a friend that Gavin and I both had, speaking of Walnut Grove, right? And I always use this guy's like, we're not going to name him, but he's the example that I always like to paint in Gavin's mind, where it's like, imagine that guy hears a bunch of misinformation, right? Not going to probably have the instinct to go decide to look into it on their own, right? They're just going to decide that that's what it is. Now imagine that kid that was born in 2007, right?
True.
And so now all they've known is TikTok, hot chip.
Stupid people have always existed, though.
Right, but what I think it is there's so many more people that are being inundated by so much media that I think this I think it is rotting their brains. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I hate to sound like a boomer, but I think all the kids
I agree.
are like constantly like doing the TikTok and the games and the scrolling and all that shit. Like, yeah, that is going to erode their media literacy. These kids are.
Well, I
not
mean,
gonna
I'm
be able
thinking
to
about
get
like
the test
kids
of the
that are like
Duper from
5
10th
to
grade.
10, like you're growing up and AI is everywhere, all these fake images, everything. You Google, like, how do I make my pizza cheese stick? And it tells you to put glue on the pizza, like when you're 5 years old and you're growing up in this world, like, I don't know how it's going to progress in 10 years from now. But like, my point is just that, like, I don't think the internet is inherently, I think we had this there was this case, I don't know, we didn't talk about it, but this big case about the Internet Archive recently dropped, where they're basically saying the Internet Archive doesn't qualify as like a real library or some shit, and the Internet Archive could be now vulnerable to more lawsuits from other copyright holders and stuff like that. Like, there's something going on with the internet that I feel like the internet that we grew up on, like even 10 years older than me, or even like a couple years younger than me, like you guys, right? Like, I think that's just going away somewhere, and it's going to be replaced with something that's going to make the next generation, like, I think, pretty dumb. I think that's my opinion.
If you've heard of the dead internet theory, then you might be literally correct. Like, in fact, the internet
so
as
scary.
we know it might literally die within less than a year, if not 5 years, because AI proliferation of bots is becoming such a problem that they're going to outnumber human users of the internet in a relatively short amount of time if things continue to escalate as far as AI goes. So that definitely is true. And at that point, it's almost like I don't even know what you do about it other than just like reset the internet or something, or get rid of
well,
AI.
imagine we have like 38 million AI generated Jackson Hinkles going around. Like, like that's what I'm saying. Like this shit's concerning. And like as someone in this age range, maybe I'll throw Jake in there too. They're pretty young. They're still whippersnapper. But like still like we're in this weird world where it's like we actually kind of have some semblance of what the world was like before. Like I feel like we've been going off the rails for like 5 years now. Like we could argue the first domino, but with the internet and disinformation, I feel like we've been going off the rails for a while now, and I'm really concerned because like we have all these left-wing shows, but at the end of the day, like how much discourse, like how can Majority Report affect national discourse? No, but like a standard right-wing commentator can affect national discourse with no problem, right? So we're still in this weird asymmetrical warfare thing where like the best among us really have no power whatsoever, and it's only going to get worse.
True.
That is going to be, or that is, whether we act or not, that is the responsibility of this generation of humans, by which I mean everybody alive right now. We who are here at the early 21st century are going to have to lay down the groundwork for what is and is not acceptable on the internet and how the internet operates. And we've been lucky so far. We've been basically coasting, and the disasters haven't killed us yet. But as these issues crop up, and I don't know what the right answers are for all of them, that's when we know what we have to deal with. Case in point, Andrew Tate should not have happened. It should not have gone on as long as it did. Guy still has a show. Whatever legislation needs to pass must be passed. And things like legally requiring that AI come with a disclaimer that it's AI. Yeah. Or, as you guys brought up earlier, a disclaimer if some news source is funded by
because those without the disclaimer, with or without the disclaimer, they're monetized on all these other platforms, and they're affecting algorithms, and then YouTube's like, hey, you should probably be making content like these guys because look how successful they are. And it's like, where's the fucking disclaimer?
That's the other thing, is monetizing on the internet like 10 years ago was not like when you were getting into YouTube 15 years ago, you did it because you loved the game. If you're getting into YouTube nowadays, everyone, regardless of how good your intentions are, if you're getting into YouTube in the 2020s, money is a part of the conversation.
That's actually so funny because Gavin and I, we had no intentions to think about money at all. We did not have any intentions at all when we started the show. It was so unfathomable to me. We had a blog called the Vanguard blog, and we would work so hard on these articles that nobody would read. And Gavin and I would edit each other's articles, and we would write every single fucking day. We would just edit each other's articles. I think that was
a book.
Oh, we do. We have it in a PDF. It's like probably 400 Google Doc pages of little writings that we did during the.
But can you buy it in paperback?
Oh no, we would probably never put it out because it would be embarrassing as fuck. Like I wrote, I had some really bold takes that blew up in my face. Like I remember one of the most devastating nights was like so much cope. It was the night of South Carolina when Bernie was getting bulldozed, and I published this piece called.
I was in South Carolina. I was at the Bernie, like I was in the fucking event space, and I watched the light fall out of everyone's eyes. Like it was insane.
Yeah, I wrote an article right after that it was called Joe Biden's Pyrrhic Victory in South Carolina. So you could see that aged like milk.
Here's how Bernie can still win.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, don't worry, guys. Nobody's ever won the first 3 primaries and then lost the election. Anyway, bunch of.
Are you going to do? Oh, go ahead, Jake.
I was just going to say, I would watch a whole series of you reading your old articles and critiquing them with your current
Let's make it a fucking comic. Look, we need to make a Vanguard
just
comic.
As much as I did.
We need to make a blog. Yeah, do like the history or the story of the Vanguard as a comic, and put all that in there. That'll be like the opening is you guys critiquing each other's articles.
Yeah, dude. We're so down. We've definitely come a long way. Those articles I'm very proud of. Like Gavin wrote this insanely good article about like called "The Radical Leftist Surrealism of Louis Buñuel," and this dude just spent like a week watching every Louis Buñuel film and then wrote an entire piece about it. It's like people should read that shit. You know what I mean? We put so much work into the channel that people have no idea about, and then they're like, "You guys are DNC chills. You're just going where the money is."
Yeah, get the greatest tips and make some sort of.
You have no idea how much skin we have in this game of the Vanguard. It's all we have. I have knuckle tattoos that say fucking Vanguard on them. You think I'm selling out my principles for $100? Like, you know what I mean?
Dude, you haven't made it unless someone's accusing you of being a shill. You're not properly on the left until somebody's like, you're just shilling for big socialism.
Hey, did you guys like? So you were into this at such a young age, like as literal kids, children.
Can I tell you something crazy? In 2016, there's a picture of Gavin at a Bernie rally. He won't brag about himself like this, so I'll brag about him. There's a picture of Gavin at a Bernie rally in Kansas with Bernie Sanders' face all over his fucking sweatshirt or t-shirt at 18. And he was on, they used him as a Vice article, like logo, because he looked like such a fucking Bernie bro. Like Gavin was the embodiment of a Bernie bro.
Is this out in line?
You're a Bernie bro? You cost us the election, you
He'll find it. It's crazy. Like,
community tab.
You know what I mean? Like we had, like, I don't even know how to say, like, we got so lucky that we became like homies. Because
but you know, when they show like, hey, this is me as a 6-month-old at Woodstock. Do you have anything like that?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Unfortunately not. Awesome. Unfortunately, but 9/11 was my first day of 3-year-old preschool. But outside of that, I don't have any fancy stories to. Oh, I'll tell you what the other big moment. If you ever want, if in Vanguard lore, since we're walking down memory lane, one of the things that really just seems like it came out of a fever dream. Gavin and I were huge film buffs growing up, as we mentioned like 10 times already. One day, Susan Sarandon found us out of the blue, hit us up, and was like, "Do you guys have a Patreon?" We're like, "No, but we'll make one." And so for the last she was our first ever patron. She was the first person that ever gave us money to do anything. It was Susan Sarandon.
That's excellent.
So wait a minute, you guys are funded by Big Susan Sarandon.
Big Susan Sarandon. Yep. And I'll tell you what, I'll be totally transparent. Susan Sarandon, since Veterans Day of 2020. Is that right, Gavin? I think so, yeah. So like maybe 9 months after, 6 months after it's like the 4th or 5th of November. You can see it. It's our pinned tweet on Twitter. Ever since then, she sent us $50 a month every month on Patreon, and we're very grateful to her. Yeah, November 11th, 2020. It was 6 months after we started our podcast, and it was just like, I could not believe it. I remember Gavin called me when I woke up, and I was like, holy shit, dude, this is crazy. So like, I mean, we've worked our asses off, but we've been so fortunate so many times that there have been cool people that have thrown us a bone.
Invite her on for an interview and bill it as a members only interview, like you're only interviewing members of the channel, but just interview Susan Sarandon.
Yeah, it would be lovely to speak with Susan Sarandon, but I think she has to walk a fine line when talking to people like us because she's still a working actress.
Fair.
No, not for long.
But yeah, Gavin, can you share that? Can you share that image? This is Gavin at the.
I have the image. I don't know how to share it.
Let's see if I. Are you in the StreamYard link? Let me.
You don't know how to share the image? More like the boomer guard.
Well, he's on his Chromebook and not on the tab that has the.
If you send me the link, I can do it.
Yeah, it's in the letter hack.
Let's bore the hell out of the audience while you're doing that.
DM
How
me on
effective is a Chromebook for running a stream?
Oh, it's a MacBook, not a Chromebook. We're running our stream off of my PC, like an actual gaming.
That's what I thought.
Share this
PC,
work?
But then Gavin has his MacBook over here.
Is this gonna let me share?
Yeah, there we go. Here we go.
Nice.
So this is Gavin a la 2016.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, that's amazing.
Some reporter took
That's
that photograph
awesome.
that I didn't know at the time, but then later it kind of went viral on Twitter. They were a Vice photographer, and I was getting so fucking roasted. I remember reading the replies.
I have seen this photo. I've seen this photo.
Oh yeah, I bet it kind of went viral at the time. Yeah,
that is killer, man.
Look, I'll tell
That's
you,
legit.
I don't know if I'm roasting you because I'm laughing because it's a silly shirt, but it's intentionally silly, and that dude in that
got the
picture
legalized pot button.
So
many layers.
That's a dude I'd be interested in talking to. Good,
bro. Me and that kid smoked a lot of weed together. Let me tell you what.
Did you ever try and debate teachers and stuff like that?
Oh, dude,
yeah.
Oh,
that
I
was
used
our
to do
hobby.
that shit. Oh, I love debating teachers.
Gavin
man.
was the #1 I'm an atheist fight me for like 6 years.
Plus,
in
Zach and I grew up in Kansas, so we were
Bible
surrounded
Belt,
by
Tea
that's probably
Party.
a big part of the reason why we are the way we are is just out of a reaction
Rebellion.
to the surroundings. we
Did you
grew
ever
up in.
stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Fuck no. Fuck no. I used to
I
always
love
actually,
these guys. This is great.
I used
stuff
to
here.
I had this super religious teacher in like 7th grade, and I would always I stood right next to him. My desk was right next to his desk, so I technically would stand for the pledge, but when it said under God,
Oh, they're gone.
I did.
God has
Oh, that was
stricken.
perfect timing.
God has stricken this
Spooky.
show.
Hold
But
on.
you know what? I'm still an
Spooky.
atheist. It's not going to work.
I did
on
the
me.
same thing though. I would take my hand off my heart and be quiet for that line, and then put it back on. My little.
I got into so many fights with my fucking military instructor substitutes, and they tried to give me detention. And I said, first of all, you cannot give me detention. Even if you did, I wouldn't go. And then I loved getting into arguments with teachers. That was my shit.
We'll
I
see
love
if we
these
can get
guys.
them
This is a
back.
great show. I
been
don't know if they're coming
exactly-
back, but this is good stuff.
I mean, it's been exactly an hour. Guests are excused at an hour, so it's totally
That
fair
it
if
would
not,
there would
but-
be nothing funnier than if
Yeah.
when they said I would
glitch.
under God part, and then they're just gone.
Yeah, well,
Um,
God has different opinions, but fortunately, I don't give a shit about God on this show, and you're not going to smite my internet connection because I don't live in Kansas or wherever the fuck these guys are from. I have a real
That's true.
connection.
You live where God isn't watching. That's fair.
Yeah, God he does not clearly stop looking at this region a long time
A
ago.
bunker with like a Faraday cage around it. Yeah.
I
There
have
you
a
go.
Faraday cage around it and in it as well. There's a secondary cage.
Ooh.
Good one.
Prairie Fire, and with this donation, Matt is officially sponsored by Big Ag. Maniacal Kowalski laugh. Now he must post a disclaimer that he has bought and a talking head for Kowalski Family Farms Incorporated.
This
Noted.
is serious. This is real. This
Noted.
is serious.
Once Russia, an actual cloud. Once Russia, I feel I'm in my radio mood now. Once Russia bribes
for it.
you, they then have the goods on you and can start blackmailing you. This is called compromise. They also did it
I want to
before
know what
starting
Russia has on Hinkle.
2016. Dude, well, he's saying the very fact that they're bribing you is necessarily the compromise.
That's the compromise.
And I
But-
agree.
But what
but
have
they
they
also
got on Hinkle? What is Hinkle up to that
don't know,
Russia's
man.
giving him $1 million
heads
bucks
up,
a year?
just so people are. I was joking about taking bribes, but just so you know, this is documented. They don't leave it at that. Once they've got you, they also start doing. They dig into you, and they dig up anything they can find.
And they'll set you up
consistently
to create
on their
blackmail
assets.
too. Like they'll
Yes.
they'll hire people to get involved in your life or whatever to get you to spill
Mhm.
secrets.
And every time you interact, they will.
Yo, guys,
try
I'm
to-
sorry to interrupt you, Jake, but we got the Vanguard in the chat. Can you put this up? I didn't know they
Oh,
watched the
man.
show. Holy fuck.
Oh, Vanguard's watching the show. All
yeah,
right.
they said sorry, internet
Whoa.
issue, BRB. I didn't know they were watching this show.
Oh, cool. Thanks for
Hey,
watching,
guys.
guys. Appreciate that.
Oh,
Hey,
that's awesome, man.
Remember the video?
worries.
It was, I don't know who these jerk offs are, but there's like Hinkle and some other guy at TwitchCon or something, and they're just walking up to like what look like very young people, and they're just like, "You're a dumb bitch," and stuff like that. Do you ever see this video where they're just filming themselves cussing
Yeah.
out
I did not see
random
people
people?
do that, but I've seen that
They
genre.
wouldn't fucking talk to me that way. Hell no. First of all, I put out a vibe. Don't come near me. Second of all, once you talk to
I
me
get
that
that
way,
vibe
it's
very
over.
frequently when I
got
pop
your-
on this show. I
It
get
is
the
over.
"don't come near me" vibe.
There, I will stand in line at a bar and listen to a bartender say, "We can't serve you drinks for people that aren't in your party." And then when I get up there, I just order drinks for people who aren't there, present, and no one says anything to me.
If this
Hey,
guy's
what's up, guys?
ordering drinks, then well,
Hey, what's up? For
hello.
whatever reason, my internet decided to betray us. I have no
okay.
idea why. It just stopped fucking.
I do. You
working. We're
offended
wired
God.
in through Ethernet, but my
well, yeah,
modem
we were talking about
fucking up.
not
Right now we're
respecting God during the
with
Pledge
my
of
like
Allegiance.
hotspot on my
You're
Oh, you're
using a
done- well,
hotspot.
hey,
so hopefully that works. If you guys
Look,
can see
thanks for
us and
coming
hear
back.
us.
It's been an
still.
hour though, so
Looks like we
you're
might have frozen out.
totally. If you guys want to roll, it's been an hour. It's up to you. But thanks for coming back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We if you had any final thoughts or whatever, we're happy to. I'm sorry.
I
that
have
we
a lot of
decided at the
thoughts.
last end.
Well-
Whether or not they're final, I cannot clarify. on
I
that
was
yet.
randomly going to ask if you've seen the movie Hundreds of Beavers.
Haven't seen that one.
Not yet. I'm super excited to. It premiered at a couple festivals that I was actually hoping to get into. Did not. But I have a movie too that I just made that's in.
I
the
heard it was
Okay,
damn good.
look, plug the movie.
got a
Also, I see you wearing that no clips T-shirt. Where can I get that?
Oh, I don't have any extras, to be honest. Me and my co-director Alex made a batch of them, but we only made enough for like ourselves and a few other friends. So I don't have any to give away, unfortunately. If we
Oh, well,
make some
buy it.
more, I'll definitely be the first to let you know. And I mean, if I had some to buy, I'd let you know too. I just literally don't have any that are extra. If we make more, I'll definitely send you one for free. But yeah, the movie's called No Clip. It's a found footage film based on the liminal space aesthetic / concept. Speaking
Sign me
of
up.
Gen Z, definitely a bit of a TikTok concept or whatever. But anyway, it's based on the liminal spaces, shot locally at a place called Crown Center, which is a pretty creepy old mall in KC. Shot 100% on cell phones, completely improvised, made for less than $100. So pretty cool stuff. But yeah, that's the film. And like I said, I was hoping that it would play at a festival, one specific festival that I had in mind that Hundreds of Beavers played at. But I am super excited to watch that movie.
What's your favorite found footage movie? Like, what would you say is the biggest inspiration? And they may not necessarily be the same answer.
It's actually not technically a found footage film, but the movie Skinamarink, which came out a couple years ago, it's not, like I said, it's not technically found footage, although it's kind of found footage adjacent. Like it's a similar style. That film, I would say, is the biggest inspiration for No Clip. And in my opinion, yeah, I would definitely check it out. It's not for everyone. Neither is my movie.
Well, I love found footage movies. That sounds right up my alley. So I'd love to watch it.
Oh, it's Canadian.
Yeah, check out Skinamarink.
Cool. Okay, I'll check that out.
We were talking about found footage shit. Like, what was that last week or the week?
Yeah,
Was that when we had?
I
don't
rewatched
remember what it was.
Paranormal Activity, which creeped me out for some reason. I don't know why.
It's a creepy movie. People love to shit on it,
Yeah,
but
I've seen it so
it's
many
an
times.
actually creepy movie. I'm gonna sit here and tell you, I don't want to get into a debate too, but Saw also pretty good. Some people they love to shit on these movies, but I'm telling you, they're good movies.
That's just horror. People love to shit on it, but yeah, the first Paranormal Activity is insanely scary, and yeah, the original Saw is a great film.
The first Saw is classic.
Yeah.
What's your favorite? What about Saw 6? They killing health insurance executives.
Saw 6 is actually underrated. Saw 6 and Saw 7 are probably my favorites.
We've been having I shit you not. We've been having debates about this since last October.
Damn.
I said I didn't like it. That's not much of a debate.
He says he put the movie in the middle of it. I said, what the fuck, bro? We bring it up like every other week, and now you guys are telling me it's underrated. I've been vindicated. I'm about to go on the Vanguard show.
I'll go back and watch it now that they like it. I'll go back.
I haven't seen it. I can't weigh in.
Yeah, I've seen all the Saw movies.
What about Saw
like
10?
The
Is that
one, good? The second one is okay. 3, 4, 5 are trash. 6 and 7 are both pretty good. And then
7
everything after
is
that,
good.
I thought 7 was pretty good. Yeah.
I liked the one that most recently came out. I thought they brought something the magic back with
Saw
that one.
10.
Spiral?
Holy fuck, mother,
Not
man.
Spiral, the one that came out after it. That
Saw
husband
X.
rep.
Yeah, that was fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually really good. So good.
Has anyone sat through Horizon or
Not
Horizons?
yet. Not
whatever it's
yet.
called?
I do respect Kevin
Event
Costner for
Horizon?
like bankrupting himself and like denying his kids their inheritance in order to like make that fucking movie.
Here's
But
what
am
I
I
want
gonna
to
watch it? No.
Here's what I want to know about modern day Western films. Every single character is wearing their own unique custom made outfits. Who the fuck was making that? I was in the apparel industry for years. Who was making that clothing back then? That's the movie I want to see. Do you know what I'm saying?
Kind of like
who-
Phantom Thread.
Yeah.
No, but like in the old West, because this is bullshit. This wasn't a thing. There's no way, because if you watch Horizon, you'll be like, okay, every character has a badass outfit, even if they're supposed to look like run down and downtrodden or whatever. It's still like great clothes, great fabric. What was the mill making the fabric for one shirt? You know what I'm saying? Or one jacket. And so I don't know. It just that maybe it's because I'm just nitpicking, but that really
it's a good
threw me
point.
off.
Detector here. Oh, they all have a unique outfit? I don't think so.
It's all bullshit. That they would
period
all
piece,
be wearing the
not
same
symbol?
hat. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe
It's
they
kind of
weren't
like when Neil
master
deGrasse Tyson critiques gravity. It's like, yeah, dude, I know she would have died.
Yeah. That's not what the movie's
Oh,
about. I get it.
dinosaurs wouldn't have behaved like they did in Jurassic Park. I really, no, probably not. No,
Thanks a lot, buddy.
Did you like Civil War?
I did. Yeah, I thought it was
Yeah.
solid. I was like, I agree that the political message was muddled at best.
I don't think there
you
was
know.
one.
There wasn't. Yeah, it basically could have been that movie could have been set during any war. Really, it was a movie
Civil War
about
even?
photojournalism more than it was about a civil war. That was just
Yeah.
smart.
Yeah.
What about Monkey Man?
I haven't seen Monkey Man.
Oh, I want to see Monkey Man bad though. It looks fun, and I like Dev Patel.
Same.
Spaceman?
Haven't seen
Lots
it yet.
of
That's the
men.
new Adam Sandler, right?
Yeah, very hard to watch for me.
I heard it was bad.
I don't know if it's bad, but it's hard to watch, man. I'm just going through my list, my
Have you
letterboxd.
seen my top 5 of the year right now? If I can remember, it's number 1 is Aggro Drift, the new Harmony Korean film. That's a little bit more esoteric than most people probably aren't going to be into that. But my number 2 film is Challengers with Zendaya. I fucking love Challengers.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's so good.
That's
I'm not
'cause
even
I
like a
play
tennis fan,
and I was
I'm
just
not even
sort
a
of like
tennis fan.
offended.
but it's so good. It's so good. I don't
Okay.
even if you don't care about tennis, or if you do, I think you'll like it.
Well, they
but
really
that movie's
leaned into
amazing.
the three-way for
They did, but that's not really
trailer.
like I wouldn't really say that's the point of the movie. Like, there's not even a single like graphic sex scene in the film. Like, it's not really
Okay.
about that.
because I didn't like his other stuff, but I do
Luca?
want to check it out.
You're talking about Luca Guadagnino?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I've honestly, I kind of agree with that. I think Challengers is his first great film. Like, I
Okay.
even think that Call Me by Your Name is a little bit overrated. It
It's
never really connected with me on the level that
Like,
it does with most people.
I watched that movie for a podcast, Movie Night Extravaganza. I
Mhm.
watched that movie, then we talked about it, and I was like, "It's a fucking." I don't go around calling everyone a groomer, but that's what this was. And then, and I work with teenagers, so I had to take like a national course for, how to spot groomers and stuff. And I was like, that movie's about grooming,
Nah.
according to this fucking national
Funny.
test.
That wasn't
for-
necessarily my issue with it, although that is
Yeah.
funny. But I do think that, like, don't let that stop you from watching Challengers. It's a
Okay,
much
cool.
better
I'll
movie.
watch it. All right. What? And those are your top two? Is that what?
Oh, those are my top 2. My number 3 is I Saw the TV Glow. I don't know if you've heard of that movie.
It sounds cool.
I'm
Yeah, that's a
so
great movie. It's like
okay.
an 8.4 horror film.
You got to hook me up with your source for these non-mainstream films, because I used to have this killer fucking video store in Boulder, Colorado when I lived back there, and they closed
I
like
love
years
this, by
ago.
the way.
but
Like, just man, I used to have this killer video store, man.
I didn't
We used to
have
go
it. It
Hang
was-
out.
it was
and we used to talk
legendary.
about these movies, man.
No,
and it was
you go in there-
cool.
The guy that ran the counter was a
Right.
real asshole, but these two stoners outside, one had long hair, the other one didn't talk too much, but his gas was
Right.
loud.
It was right next to the Quickie Mart, but we used to I go in there on Tuesday, talk about movies for a couple hours, reserve the films I was going to rent on Friday, and they would make me hip to all kinds of international stuff and underground
Hold
independent.
on. They would
What's your
make you
sor-
what? They would make what did you say there? They would make you what?
Hip to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. They would let me know about.
a-
I don't know. What do
that's
young
a
people
fun
say,
phrase.
Andrea? My bad.
Hey, he's bringing it back, Andrea.
These
Uh,
young dorks say. Hip
I
to
don't
is
really
a
have
cool
a
phrase.
source.
They would
He
let
said
me
it. It's
know
so
about
natural.
these
It just
films.
came out. There was no like joke. There was no
Okay.
punchline. He just said they made me hip to it. I'm like, what the fuck?
They would let
It's
me know
earned
about
its
them.
place, like
But-
groovy.
Gavin, what's your source, man? How are you finding out
I-
about these?
I don't really have a source. It's more just that I'm obsessed with film, so I'm constantly paying attention to what people are talking about and recommending. So I watch most of everything, and then just
Gavin's
my
big dogging
favorites.
you. He's
So
like,
I
I don't
have-
really have a source. I'm just, classy.
I'm just
I need to
obsessed with
just-
fucking
You
movies.
know, I just
Everything.
happened to find all these movies. If you want
Well,
to buy
if-
some for
if-
me, I'll let
if
you know.
people-
I'll give it to you.
If people
but
are talking about a movie that I haven't seen, I have to watch it. So people start talking about movies, they start saying they're good, and then I watch them. and then I compiled my list of my favorites. But I don't have like, I'm not a Kaye Du Cinema subscriber necessarily.
Would you say that many people are talking about these movies? Is that what you
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I gotta just pay closer attention to your letterbox then.
Yeah, I think we follow each other, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, cool. What about these are all kind of mainstream. What about American Fiction? Did you like that?
Have not seen American Fiction yet. I heard it was great.
I thought I knew what this. It's one of those. These are rare. I thought it was one of those films where you know what this is about going into it, and they fuck with you if you think that. And I really appreciate.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I liked it. By the end, my wife and I were like, "Oh man, they got us."
Yeah,
So,
I've heard it's
so white right now.
That's hilarious.
And what is it called? American Fiction?
Yeah. Yeah, it's about American Fiction. Sorry.
Interesting.
Yeah, anyway, I love movies. I miss talking about movies all the time. I moved to South Carolina way down
There's
here.
no movies in South Carolina.
There's
aren't.
None.
There's 0 movies in South Carolina. You try to find a movie, you can't find them. You go to the store, they don't have movies.
I'm an
you
hour
go to
away.
the movie store, there's no goddamn movies. You go to the movie theater, they don't even have movies. What the hell, man?
The theater seating is old school. It's all
you just
on
sit
one
in
level.
the theater and eat the popcorn, and that's it. There's no movies.
Somebody sits in front of you and they're in your way. It's amazing. I can't believe people used to endure that before stadium seating. Brutal. I don't need the recliner, but I at least need stadium seating, and that's gone now. I'm an hour from
I got like a fucking blanket, and that's been my gold standard ever since.
Yeah, I wait for it to come out on DVD now or streaming.
Yeah, I haven't been doing movie theater in a long time.
So hey, do you guys want to how are you doing regular shows on your channel? Are you on every day? Are you trying to do every day?
We do about 5 days a week.
Yeah, because I feel like I'm seeing you guys all the time now. Like I
go
on
pretty
YouTube
hard
and
during the election. We're trying to grow. I would say that Gavin and I have really kicked it into high gear. Our background right now is in shambles, kind of, but we're about to move into a new space to start recording a little bit nicer, a little more professional looking. So we're just trying to grow. We're trying to get this thing going.
Yeah, that's cool.
Whenever any news breaks, we hop to it.
Yep, we don't have a schedule, but we're live, like Zach said, probably about 5 days a week.
Usually one PM
compliment you. I like the monitor look. Don't listen to me.
You.
I'm an idiot, but
I like the glare.
I was specifically thinking, all right, maybe change that up. But
the glare is great because we get to see like the back of your heads, and it's an angle that most streams you never really get to see the back of people's heads. So it's very interesting.
Normally, we do our show during the daytime, so the light's a little
very
different.
Specific streams.
Does it make it difficult coordinating the two of you to be on air as much as you are?
Who decides who's left and right? Do you switch sides?
We never switch sides. People sometimes notice that, like, because it doesn't match the way that Matt designed it. So we sit on the opposite sides, and everybody's like, "You need to switch so you're by your avatar." I'm like, "Sorry."
Just tell them. Oh well, you can't tell them it's mirrored because then the logo would be there. Yeah. Oh, well.
But
we could probably fix that.
Oh, I'm not tripping about it. No, I love that. But
switch.
Just literally like do like a bad Photoshop of the faces. Make it look bad.
Yeah, that'd be
no,
funnier.
Zach can't be in my jacket. That's mine. No, but we honestly don't find it that hard to coordinate. Like I kind of know when Zach has to be at the bar, and I'm pretty much always available. So if there's news, we're both usually like, let's cover it. And then I drive over here and we talk about it. It's pretty easy. We're kind of, we're cool. We're just like always in communication. It's pretty chill.
Yep. Normally we wake up, we're like, yo, dude, see anything good? You want to come over? Yep. Yeah, sure. Come over. Yeah, I talk for 2 hours. Go home, do whatever.
There's no end to the news and the stories you could talk about, but you guys definitely have like segments, I guess. Like I like when a show has a brand. If a show is just sort of doing like whatever's happening, that's kind of bland.
Yeah, we definitely, we have we started our show today. We were like, I have this gag that I like where like I'm like, if all of new media was a parade, right? Gavin and I would be the hillbillies in overalls shoveling the shit at the end, and that's kind of the brand of the Vanguard.
Yep.
I like
That's
that.
not true.
Yeah. Well, the thing about our brand is that is true. It is what our brand is. But then people tune in and they're like, hey, actually, that was a decent point. At least I hope that's what they think. I don't know if that's what they think, but I hope
Shockingly, that was coherent.
actually a substantive conversation. That was entertaining to listen to, even though it was packaged as kind of smut. So that's kind of the brand. Hopefully people like it. It's a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down.
Absolutely.
I have a question about the Vanguard. Do you ever do like anything like solo, or is it always the group dynamic?
Gavin does Screen Fiends.
I mean, technically, yeah. We have another channel that we started called Screen Fiends. I usually do it solo or with my other friend Alex. But I mean, when it comes to Vanguard stuff, it's Zach and I. I don't think that people would even enjoy it if they just tuned in and it was just me. I'm not a charismatic.
We don't like it when we tune into other shows and it's not the same dynamic that you're thinking you're gonna get when you tune into it, and it's never any shade on who's doing it, right? Like like Gavin and I have a bunch of talented friends that we've met through the Vanguard, right? But because of the way that we feel about the Vanguard and because of the way that we package it, like Gavin and I don't just decide, oh, I want to go live on the Vanguard and just do it by ourselves. Like we have a specific thing that we do. So I wouldn't like pass the batons to somebody, even somebody that I trust, and be like, hey, put a video of yourself up there, because then when somebody clicks on the Vanguard, they're not getting what we've kind of like promised them they're going to get, which is me and Gavin.
Yeah.
So we do like, that's the kind of stuff that we do care about. Like Gavin and I care about. This is our show. Gavin and I built the Vanguard. When Gavin and I started the Vanguard, it was called Milk Mag. We were in college. There's like no way to really decipher this as like a whole evolution of me and Gavin politically as individuals. Like we've grown up doing this. It's something that's made us better friends. It's made us better people. We've learned a lot. So it's like so close to us that the only other person I would ever trust fucking with the Vanguard is Gavin, right? And we're like, we're pretty protective of what we've created in like a socialist way. Like, again, like if we brought somebody else into the fold, like it just wouldn't feel right, because it would be impossible for us to trust them like we trust each other. And that might sound shitty, but it's like, I've known Gavin since fifth grade. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, we've built something that's, probably always going to stay just the two of us.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just think it's an interesting thing because, you often see a lot of these like group shows and then, people will like go in their own directions or stuff like that, or, like the dynamics change. So I just, figure
usually they aren't like actual homies. I feel like usually it's more of like we're partners in our job. Whereas like Gavin and I, like we're homies. Like our friendship would outlast like the Vanguard getting banned and you never hearing from us again. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I feel like, it's weird because that is true about our personal relationship, but I also feel like it's true about our politics. We're very in sync in a weird way. Like we agree on just enough stuff to make it work, but we also have enough disagreements around the margin to keep it interesting.
What do you disagree on?
What was that?
What's a big one? Give me a big disagreement.
We argued about UBI for about 6 months, and not because neither of us could like get down with like what the other was saying, but like in our ideal world, it manifested differently, or like we were prioritizing concern versus the upswing, just like something like that.
And it's that kind of stuff. It's like our values are the same, but when it comes to shit like UBI, or like in 2020, I voted for Howie Hawkins and Zach voted for Joe Biden, stuff like that. Enough little stuff around the edges.
Howie Hawkins, he rigged the primary, man.
It makes for enough stuff to like argue about and kind of blow out of proportion a little bit to make it seem like a bigger disagreement than it probably actually is. So we're not 100% in sync, but we're in sync enough that we're the perfect combination for.
Would you say it's like a Venn diagram of sorts?
Yeah, I'd say that we've done a really good job of arguing each other to as close of a consensus as two dudes that still maintain their own brains and opinions and outlook on the world could, right? Like we've really argued with each other a shit ton. But like, yeah, Gavin was like, I'm gonna vote for this person, and I was like, well, I'm gonna vote for this person. But we have respected each other. We were talking about that today. Like the left needs to do a better job of respecting people who come down on a different side than they do, but still like embracing the fact that 99% of the shit we agree on, and how can we walk the walk a little bit better on that, these kinds of things, right? So Kevin and I always lean into it when we do disagree, because it's rare, because it's fun for us, because we can get heated at each other on the mic and then walk off and like nobody gives a shit. But yeah,
I've seen you guys debate recently. I forget what it was. It was fairly recent. You
Oh
guys were
yeah, we
debating
got into
stuff.
it because we had a different read on Kamala Harris's speech at the DNC, and so we locked fucking horns on that. Like fun
But
shit
it's
like that.
cool.
Were you not
Yeah, I
filled
like
with
that.
joy?
Right. Oh,
It's a
Gavin and I
moral
can go from
failure.
0 to
I
100.
was.
in
Zach
a-
was not. No, I'm just
Yeah, Gavin was filled with joy. I was filled with reality. No.
Who
but
came
stuff
up
like
with your?
that, you know?
Who came up with? I'm changing the subject. Sort of. Who came up with your theme song? I love that.
My homie Sam and my homie Sam is in this band called Cat Piss. He's a studio musician in Omaha.
So he's
And-
your homie, but not like the collective's homie. It's just yours.
I mean, Gavin knows Sam
He
too.
hates me. Yeah.
No, Gavin knows Sam.
No.
Alright.
Sam's a nice guy, but he is more like Zach's friend. I've never had the same relationship.
We used to live together, which is why I just claimed him as being my homie. And then
Spin-off
I hit him up,
homie.
and he was like, "Oh shit, bet like you can use any of this that you want." He sent me a really long YouTube jam session. I was like, sick. And then later on, this dude Fuzzy Slippers, who's a listener of the Vanguard, he like remixed it with this one guy from he used to host a segment on Revolutionary Blackout Network. He was trying to roast us, but it actually made us sound really cool because he was like, "Look out the door if you hear an ambulance, the Vanguard will be there, sir." And that guy
That is
remixed
funny.
it into our intro, and so now that guy got banned from RBN because he tried to think for himself and not parrot their stupid talking points. But he's immortalized in the Vanguard intro.
Yep.
So
Wow.
shout out to you, Compton J. You hated us, but we loved you.
And shout out to Fuzzy Slippers. I think Fuzzy Slippers was actually in your guys'
Yeah.
chat. He might still be
Yeah.
in chat. So if you're
He's in
listening,
there.
Fuzzy Slippers, huge shout out to you because that remix is excellent. I still, every time we go live, when I hear that song, it hypes me up, man. And
I
I'm like,
love that.
the Vanguard will be there, sir. It's such a great tune.
I always wonder. I was like, did they write that for someone to say, or
No.
why?
This dude Compton J, who was one of our biggest haters.
I haven't
RIP,
heard that
he's no
name in
longer-
like fucking years.
That's
What
a really
happened?
familiar.
Yeah, well, he
name.
was part of RBN, which obviously totally went off the deep end, but he got banned from RBN. But before he got banned, as Zach mentioned, there was this one segment where I think he literally proclaimed if Fred Hampton was still alive, the Vanguard would have hated him or something. That was the title of the video. And in the video at the very end, he's calling us ambulance chasers because we talk about drama as if they don't. And he says, look out the door. If you see an ambulance or if you hear an ambulance, the Vanguard will be there, sir. And we used to just always play that soundbite on the show because he made us sound so freaking cool. But then,
It is
yeah,
really
Fuzzy
cool.
Slippers. Yeah, it sounded awesome.
That's
It was the
great.
closest thing we'll ever get to our Train by Day Joe Rogan podcast by night. And I hate everything about Joe Rogan, but that is really cool.
Yeah.
That he played that at the beginning of all of his podcasts. And I was like, I want one of those. I want a shout out that I could play it again. And it's even better because from us, it's from one of our biggest haters. It's like, oh God, so glorious. So
We
anyway,
got to get Compton J on the show. That would be a great
Yeah.
episode.
That's
reach
kind
out
of
to him.
reverse for me because I use Sam Cedar, who says the letter hack. Oh my gosh, in my intro, and now hater.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
reverse. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's aged like a fine wine.
You know what's funny is there's a beef between us, but I've been mentioned on the Majority Report once a week at least for like over 2.5 months.
That's the thing about a beef is we got to
you're
get
in
a
his
beef
head.
going. Like, I don't know. We've talked about this before. Maybe Vanguard would be interested of like doing a fake beef on this show. But like,
I'll
we
beef
got
with
like
anybody.
we can't do
get
it now.
some
We got to wait a
very
couple
real
weeks
beef
now
with you.
because we talked about it.
Yeah,
But like
just
we'll get
start,
a
like,
guest on. And we just like in the middle of the show, we'll come up with something to disagree on, and I'll call someone a fuckhead or something, and they'll
Just
rage
call
back
us
and
out
forth.
in a
Like,
couple of
wombat.
days for something.
Yeah,
that happened
like-
tonight.
Project.
Feel
These are
free,
Gary's
or if you
angles.
want to stay on, we can end the show now, and then we can pretend like we had some like post-show like meltdown or something.
Yeah,
and then-
there we go. Gavin and I are gonna go full Oasis. I take dibs on being Liam Gallagher. Watch out, everybody. I'm
All right.
dangerous.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm
thank you
in.
guys so much for having us tonight.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
appreciate it, guys.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, man.
Great
It
having
was
you.
a pleasure.
Cool.
Any time actually. What I mean, just let us know
if you want to
wanna
come
hang.
on at 6 a.m.
Not-
On Sunday night.
Anytime 10 p.m. between 10 p.m. and midnight on a Wednesday.
Yeah, we'd love to
No
come
problem.
back.
Yeah,
man.
we'll definitely come back.
Yeah,
Talk
great
more
time
movie.
chatting with you all. I've been a fan
Definitely.
of your content, Matt, obviously, and
Oh, thanks.
Andrea. I've not checked out. Do you have a channel, Jake, or anything like that?
I do. It's WYCD. That stands for What You Can Do. it's fine. Look, I'm gonna creep up on you. You'll see it eventually. You'll be like, oh, I know that mustache.
It's a great.
There we go.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I
know
guess
that
that's the
suit and
letters
tie.
behind you. That makes sense. Cool. Well, I'll check that out too. But yeah, appreciate all you guys. Really enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah. Have a good night.
Thank you for hopping
Thanks
on
for hanging
and
out,
enjoy your
guys.
evening.
Of
Take
course.
care. Awesome.
Good fellas.
Yeah,
I like them.
I like those guys. They're great.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that was good. And I had to restrain myself because I suddenly felt like I wanted to talk about just movies, like
Yeah.
nonstop.
Well,
used
yeah,
to
I
in the
mean,
movie mood lately.
I used to
noticed
be that guy too. People would be
oh
talking,
my god,
and
here
I
we
would
go.
just stop mid conversation and be like, "Hey, has anyone seen this movie?"
I
yet?"
used
And
to
they're
be
like,
that guy,
"What
man.
the
We used to
fuck?"
go to like the video store, and they would bring me into the scene, man. I had like multiple sources, and
They
they would
didn't
give
bring
me
me
hits on all the
into the
greatest movies,
scene.
man.
They
And
would
like it was
say,
so cool. And sometimes they would even buy me beer, man, and they
Let
would
me
bring it, and
explain.
it would be awesome.
Okay.
And my mom wouldn't be like home for the weekend, man.
Let me
It was so
explain
cool.
what the term "make you hip to" means.
I know
It doesn't mean make you cool.
I
It
know
means
I
here's
know.
something we think you would like. Nowadays, when you're like buying something online, they go, "You may also like this." It's kind of like that, but not in a sales kind of way. All right. Hey,
By the way,
What?
just to point out that the Vanguard did not get to experience the Jakes it.
oh,
No, they didn't. I was considering it right at the end there, but I wanted to fox
Interesting.
around. And also, let's talk about this scandal.
okay.
That's banned.
This
in
is the majority of
report chat.
report.
Oh,
chat
this is
from
the
yesterday.
beef. Oh, fuck.
It's the beef.
I have evidence. This is from yesterday. You see Autumn Leaves at the top. Read my lips. The letter hack is not banned. And then at the bottom, I'm saying, Autumn Leaves, can you see this chat? Blink twice for yes. But so, I'm just
Looks
having
banned to
fun,
me.
being fun. Now, here's the thing. I said something in the chat, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago. And this couple of weeks ago. And I was like, or more than that. I was just like, hey, what's happening, everybody? It's like before the show. I go into chats all the time. Nobody said anything. And I was like, okay, whatever. I shouldn't expect people to be like, hey, what's up? Letter hack. But
You're
they're
not
saying
that
hi
important.
but they're
Turns
saying hi
out,
to
actually,
each other.
you are that important, and you
they're-
were banned.
They're all saying hi to each other. And I was like, okay, whatever. No big deal. And then I got distracted, went on to something, and then watched the show without the chat on TV or whatever. So today, same thing happened. I was like, all right, hold on. And I was like saying hi to people specifically. I was like, don't be rude, Matt. Say hi to people individually. Nothing. And so then I hit Soul Life up on Discord. It's my go-to for anything. I'm like,
Chat has to Soul Life.
I need to talk to Soul Life. So I went there and I was like, dude, are you seeing me in the chat right now? I'm going to chat to you right now. And he said, no. And I was like, what the fuck? And I showed him this because Autumn Leaves is responding to Soul Life. She thought it, or Autumn Leaves thought it was a prank that Soul Life was pranking everyone, saying letter hack is banned. Why is letter hack banned? Free letter hack and all this stuff. And I'm sitting there going, no, it's not a prank, but I'm the only one that can see my chat. So
don't fall for a Soul Life with spaces in between each letter. Mind tricks.
See it? That's MIDI Doctors, the other
clever
mod, right? And it wasn't, because there I am commenting, but nobody saw it. So I had to test it. I had to put it to the test. So what I did was, because I went back into the chat, I said hi. I'm saying hi to everyone. It's not coming up. So I went into two different browsers. On the left is Safari, where I'm not logged in to YouTube. And on the right is Chrome, where I am. And you can see my chat is not fucking there on the one where I'm not logged in. So I covered this on my show last night. Autumn Leaves commented on my video and said, I thought this was a prank. I don't know what's going on. And then in the chat today, Autumn Leaves was like calling out Bradley in all caps. Why is letter hack banned? Unban letter hack. Mono was in there saying, hashtag free letter hack. MIDI Doctors like promoting my channel. So obviously it's not the mods. the mods didn't do it because I had this temporary theory. Maybe Soul Life contributed to this theory a little bit, that this was the mods saying, you know what? Let's see if he'll create content around this, the way he's creating content around the rest of the beef, the actual beef.
Answer: yes.
Yep.
And so here it is. I'm doing it, but I don't know. And I have since had other people, typical Canadian, other people have said, yeah, I'm banned there too. I don't know what I did. Is it?
And I would like to know, am I banned from Majority Report?
Here's the test. Do Safari not logged in, Chrome logged in, or just 2 browsers, whatever they are.
Yes, I'll be sure to download Safari just for this.
You know what I'm saying? 2 browsers.
I'll buy a
wise
MacBook
guy.
just so I can do this test.
I'm just trying to make you hip to the way that you can get evidence.
Right, you're trying to
you
hit
want
me up.
to.
I see.
Yeah, no, not hit you up. That's
No, hip
different.
me up. Yep.
Hip you up isn't a thing.
Well, it is now because you're trying to do it.
So anyway, I have evidence. Here it is. I covered it on the show.
This is okay. Can I? Well, Jake, do you have anything to say before I go off?
Oh, just Sam is clearly daunted by letter hack. He's catching up quick. Young gun, and
Exactly.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I'd be scared too if I were Sam Cedar.
If I were Sam Cedar, you know what I would say? I would say, "Oh my gosh, it's the letter hack."
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Jeez.
she's
And-
skedaddled.
and
That's rude, don't you think?
Sam, she'll probably come back. Sam did say that.
He
You know what I
did.
mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
and here we are. Very, very
Welcome
funny.
back, my friend.
You have to make me hip to how you do that. So clever. But anyway, then today, and this is sort of making me feel kind of like, this is sort of gaslighting. Majority Report shares my video from last night on YouTube through their community tab.
What
And
video? Of you saying you got banned?
the whole stream, but I started off with what I just showed you. So, do you know what I mean?
Okay, so this is what this
Am I going
is.
crazy?
Check this out. All right. When you buy a product, it doesn't work, you call the company and they say, "Hey, listen, sorry about your product. Here, we'll give you $100. Don't tweet about it, don't tell your family not to buy our stuff. Here's $100. Hey, you know what? $200. We'll give you this whole thing. Just don't mention it to anybody." That's what they're doing. They're promoting you. They're trying to say, "Oh, look at us. We didn't do it. We love the letter hack here at Majority Report Industries. Trust us, guys."
So it's later, like in court, for the cease and desist that I'm not going to adhere to. Later in court, they could go, "Your Honor, why would my client ban him and then share his content talking about
Exactly.
banning him? That makes no sense."
It's plausible deniability.
Yeah.
It's reasonable doubt. And you have to understand, Sam Seder, if that is his real name, he
I don't
is
think it
in
is.
the primordial soup of the law. He knows how to manipulate the law. He probably banned you personally. I wouldn't put it past him. He
I just
loves to do
assume-
this song and dance on his show. I don't know how cameras work. I don't know how YouTube works. Oh, look at me. How do I turn the stream off? I don't know. I'm so old. Ha 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 ha. I'm old. Right? It's all a cover.
Ooh,
It's all a
burn.
joke. Exactly. It's all a joke. He's banning you secretly. He's behind the strings the whole time. He probably typed it in himself live on air. I would go back and review the tapes. If Sam Peter looks down and starts typing, he's banning you.
There was somebody in my chat last night that I'd never seen before, and it was one of those names that was like 99U_ZH5 or something like that, right? And right away I was like, this is the Sam Cedar burner account. And nothing they said the rest of the night convinced me otherwise.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was like, that's probably Sam's like Wi-Fi password that he put in as his username accidentally. You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, it
He's
happens
not
all the
tech
time.
savvy. Yeah. But
Mercy.
I don't know. I do think it's funny. No, it's just that Matt laughs during all the good sound bites.
It's true. It's true.
He is always always, and we don't have to keep talking about this if you don't want to, but he is always in the background, always trying to
He
get me.
enjoys the show, and that increases my enjoyment of the show. It's not unlike a laugh track, but it's organic. I dig it.
Yeah. Well, I don't really know what to do now.
Well, here's the deal. Step 1.
Okay. Oh, good one. Yeah.
I knew it was gonna happen, but it didn't make it any less good. I was incredible.
You know, I was going to tell a story actually.
You were, and now you're
'Cause-
not.
well, there was,
Anyways,
like-
see you guys next week.
But no, there was I'm just saying he's going to miss out. There was a lot of news today, like at the end of the day. And I just saw a few headlines and I was kind of like, man, I hope nobody brings this up. Oh, well, it's a panel show. Maybe other people want to talk about it. But like so, you know, there's like tragedy in the news, a lot of gun violence. And then did you hear about there was like, they were calling it, oh, I'm not going to look it up, like a classic mugging or traditional mugging. Like the point of the story was how the mugging went down. It was okay. So a guy tried to mug somebody in a group of people. Like this is in DC. They're leaving the Capitol. They're going to lunch. I think it was a senator was in this group.
I see.
I think it was a senator. And like the mugger, this is what they mean by classic, pulls out the gun and says, "Give me all your money."
I thought it was like the holding this in the pocket or something. That would be
that would be classic comedic mugging.
that
But,
would be really good.
but he's like, "Give me all your money." And then apparently, like, I think it was a senator. Can't remember. It's like a no name. But the guy like tries to do the whole, "Do you know who I am? I'm a U.S. congressman." And like that would make a difference or diffuse the situation. But what
Great,
actually
give me
happened
more
was,
money, right?
well, no, the mugger said, "Well, in that case, give me my money."
And let me guess, this is all a joke, and none of this happened.
It may have happened. I didn't read about it though.
It's not bad. That's not bad.
That's a good one, right?
That's not bad. That's pretty good. It's all right.
But you know what it made me think of?
No, I don't.
This is how comedians roll. No, but this is a true story. My cousin, I haven't talked about this a lot, but or at all. But this would be the perfect forum. I should probably wait till there's more host back. Not actual host, your host.
Yeah, I'm
But
not a host.
I didn't mean to say that.
I'm a substitute host. I'm not your
But my cousin ran for
I'm a
office.
ghost host.
My cousin ran for office a few years ago. And do you know what they're doing now? Nothing ever since they got elected.
I don't.
The politicians will find an excuse to get out of anything.
But what did they get elected to?
No, just kidding. It was a joke. Politicians, they don't do anything. Get it? You know, in short, if you're not part of the problem, you're running for president. No, that's wrong. If you're not part of the solution, you're probably running for president. That's a dad joke you can. I'm just testing them now. That's a dad joke you can use if you want. Somebody talking about running for president, you go, you know what I always say? If you're not part of the solution, then you're probably running for president.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
There was a story about a guy who was just sitting around his office. Dude's just sitting in his office. He doesn't have anything going on. He's not doing anything. He's literally feet up, twiddling his thumbs. And a bunch of cops burst in and arrested him. Apparently, they thought he was impersonating a senator. Yeah.
The senators are getting roasted tonight on Left Past 10 Industries.
I'm just testing these out. The first one was pretty good, the mugging.
That one was pretty good, yeah. I feel like we normally don't lose everyone by 90 minutes.
It's been tough.
Yeah, we got a rough crowd tonight. Sandy wasn't
It's
even here.
It's a holiday week.
Is
It's
it a
short
holiday?
week.
It's a
Well,
holiday?
Labor Day was Monday.
Oh, you think I'm in the labor force? You think I know about Labor Day?
I went live. I made
You
Dan.
went live on Labor Day? You broke
made-
the strike? What,
I
you
made Dan.
scab?
Dan from the internet came on, and he called me
on Labor Day.
He called me labor hack by mistake. Freudian slip. Labor hack.
Hate when that happens.
So from now on, I'm calling those Labor Day streams labor hack streams.
There you go.
Yeah. So look at this. This is good.
Oh shit. Rip.
And very see.
Tifa
People like these
Lockhart's
jokes.
divorced wedding dress. That's a good username.
That's a good username. Anyway, what do you got going on, Andrea? How was your weekend or your week? Did you? I mean, does
Well,
the long weekend apply?
Wednesday is my week. I don't know if anyone knows this, but this is my week, and I have a 6-day weekend. Because I haven't been doing Above It All for a little bit. I've been taking a little break, working on the mental region. And so I have a 6-day weekend, and my weekend's about to. In fact, I would say my weekend's already started because the Vanguard left, and now we're in just the hanging out portion. So my weekend's already started. So welcome to the weekend, everybody. It's good to be here.
I feel like I should explain to all the new people that became moderators in my chat tonight.
Other new ones today?
This week I've had a lot, a couple hundred.
A couple hundred new mods? Holy shit.
So
Welcome to the crew.
I'm just gonna assume that I have more mods than any YouTube channel. This is my
It's a good assumption.
Most I mean thousands at this point.
You have like everyone is a mod in your chat, and then in my chat, no one's a mod.
I have like over 2,000, I'm sure. Because if you ever said anything, instant mod, unless you got nuked right away.
Yeah.
But the quick explanation is it's a bar for bouncers. If you get bounced from that bar, that's on you. So we hold each other accountable. Some people, very few, are managing mods. The rest are standard mods. So the mods can mod mods.
There's a mod. Whoa.
You're a managing mod, Andrew.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be a part of this moderator
I think
hierarchy.
Soul Life timed you out one time. So I fixed it.
Soul Life is going into Majority Reports chat talking this big game hashtag free letter hack, and meanwhile this bitch motherfucker is going into letter hacks chat banning me.
It was pretty funny when it happened.
It does not sound like something that would be that funny. It sounds to me like it would be unimaginably painful. That's what it sounds like to me. But I could be biased.
But here's the thing, like, YouTube doesn't. I don't think they meant for this to happen, but they allow it. Like they could change it, and one day I wouldn't have any mods, and that would be like, the fun's over. The experiment has ended. But for now, we're hacking the YouTube chat. I think it's very.
Would you say we're laboring the YouTube chat?
No, because then people are going to want to unionize, and I'll have to union bust them.
That's true. You would have to. Like, there's no other option. Like, if they started organizing, you'd have to bust them.
The anti-corporatist keeps telling me to make T-shirts that say which side are you on and put that on both sides.
It's pretty good.
But the letter hack chat mod union. But I have like iMod for letter hack T-shirts, which I think are fun. Every now and then people buy one, and I'm like, who has those, man? It's really because I see their name and address, but I don't know. It's not like it's their username. So I think that's funny.
So you just have people's names and addresses?
Well, there's a legal obligation to not do anything with it. I don't even really look at it. I just know it's there. I see where it goes because of shipping and sometimes currency is different. I almost said the denomination. Oh, go ahead. So
it's possible. Like
it's sneeze-friendly show. But anyway, that's that. So as long as YouTube allows us to make everyone mods, we're going to do it. And the way I had the idea was I went into the Rational Nationals chat and saw that I was a mod, and I was like, oh, nice. So I was like, I'm just gonna let everyone be mods. If I can be a mod, anybody can be.
What was that?
Don't suppress it. Don't suppress it.
About...
I was waiting on you. And you wouldn't appreciate it if I said bless you, though, right?
If you said bless me, I'd leave the show. I'd quit. I wouldn't just leave for tonight. I'd leave permanently.
This is a very interesting comment. Labor hack stream with Matt hacking letters Steinbeck.
Matt hacking letters
Andrea
Steinbeck.
A. Cab Rovinsky.
I am too high for this one.
Boy, you said it. Okay, so David Sirota was on. Like, I've said this before.
David Sirota on the show? Can we get him on here?
Maybe. I've said this before. I don't abuse people's phone numbers if I have them.
David, sir, I love Don't Look Up, man. It was a great movie, man.
I mean, I saw it and texted him, and he got right back to me. So, but he and I will text occasionally. So today he's going on Majority Report, and I was like, I'm gonna fucking do it. So I texted him like minutes before he went on. So I doubt he saw it, but I texted him. I said, okay, you don't have to do this, but there's a faux beef between the Majority Report and I. I am actually banned from their chat. It'd be so funny if at the end of your interview you said free letter hack or something like that. Or like, when are you going to unban the letter hack from your chat? But he didn't.
Let me guess. He did not.
Oh, God.
He let you down.
Can you imagine what would be going through Sam Cedar's head if that had happened?
You'd think it would be all
like,
over. Like a deer caught in headlights. You know, how did he know I banned letter hack? Has this been publicized? Sam Cedar is still sitting pretty. He thinks he's still in the planning phase. And I'm like, no. This is public knowledge, everybody. We know what's happening.
Yeah. Wow.
He's a mastermind. So David Sirota did not text you back after that?
He is a busy guy.
He's busy. He's busy. He is. Really
he has
so
what is it? The number 2 or number 3 most popular podcast on Apple right now. Master Plan. Have you heard this?
No, I don't have Apple anything. I don't use Apple.
Only has 4. Well, yeah, but I mean, you can find it elsewhere. But there's only 4 episodes, and it's really popular. He's documenting the history of corruption in politics.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's great. And he alluded to, that's what he's talking about today on Majority Report. And he alluded to something about Kavanaugh 2000s, early 2000s, Supreme Court. Like, there's a whole episode about that. And I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, it's all been part of the plan just for so long. Oh, what the? Oi.
Hello again.
What happened?
Oh, now that Jake's here, I'm going to take a bathroom break.
No. Okay, fair enough. Here's what I was gonna toss your way. First of all, yes, it's I didn't realize he only has like 4 episodes and it's so popular. I'm gonna try not to be a hater about that. Try but fail.
Well, and he already had the he was a DJ in Denver radio for years, and yeah.
Earned his whatever marks. Here's what I
that's not it though. He had platforms that he could launch other platforms from.
Sure.
That springboard.
But the fairness of it aside, he had already put in work elsewhere to build up. I get it.
It's not easy, you're right.
I'm just musing. Between the 4 of us, you, myself, Sandy, Andrea, who would be the best pair up of rivalries? Because I think we should start throwing some firebombs at each other.
Oh, us.
Yeah.
Well, Andrea clearly hates me, so that's
I feel like that's natural, and I do feel like Sandy and I have a very similar vibe as well. So it could work if we're going at each other.
And I don't get mad.
That's
in that way.
That's true. That is true.
It's actually also against policy.
And I feel like there would be a lot of missed opportunities with you and I, because no offense to myself, but I feel like you'd do some digs at me and I wouldn't get it. And that would be frustrating for you.
Oh no, I'm just, hey man, I say funny things to make me laugh.
Oh,
So-
but if you're trying to get someone's goat and you do a good job of it, but they're not bright enough to understand that's what's just happened. There's a Goku and Frieza. Oh, you won't get that. There's a vibe to it that's not fun.
I just keep my eye on the chat to see if they get it. Oh, look at this.
All right.
No Andrea versus anyone, I think.
Except Sandy. She's too sweet.
Who am I versing? What's happening?
Jake wants to start beefs. He was trying to match people up, and I said, "Well, Andrea already hates me."
That's
know?
true.
That's where my
That's
mind
correct.
went right away.
Oh yeah, I'm down to be the attack dog of the show. I'll attack
Yes.
anyone. Like, what's the
All right,
deal with that Ben Dixon guy who was coming on the show last week? You know, what's
that guy?
What's going
I'll
on
go
with
after-
him, man? Coming on left past 10.
That was a great show, man.
I had a great time.
It was a lot of fun.
Before we went on air. Jeez, no, dude.
Is it natural to hate? No, he's like the
It's
most
not.
likable
I'm
guy on the internet.
Totally fucking lovable.
I think most people, if they were to meet you, they would hate you and probably vote to kill you.
Yeah, in real life, he's a horror show, but online, he's fantastic.
There's one guy today who I really let have it, and my wife refers to it as going full Matt. She said that to my family recently. She goes, "You know, when he goes full Matt," and they're like, "Oh yeah." It's just like, okay, I'm gonna stop giving you the benefit of the doubt, and also I no longer give a fuck about
I'm
you.
going
and then I just
JD
let them.
Vance right now.
I just blow up. I'm like, I think to myself, what would Andrea do? And I just, boom, they go down. But I digress. What was I fucking saying though? Be lovable. Back up. Ah, great. That's gone. Anyway, I went full Matt on a guy and I feel kind of bad, but at the same time, he had it coming.
What are you munching on there? Is that a pretzel? Honey bun?
Honey buns.
Honey bun. Excellent. What brand you got?
Little Debbie.
Little Debbie. Very nice.
And I illegally parked also.
Oh.
So that sticker's there.
I couldn't see.
When-
It
Illegally
was
parked for a
green
week.
screened. So
When are we
Outside.
you
gonna
were
live?
illegally parked for a week?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I had to basically stow my car and thought, this place looks like you're allowed to be here. And I came back and I found out, no, you're not.
So
Where's the car now?
How many tickets did you get? Oh, impounded or boot?
A warning telling me that if I didn't move it by yesterday, it would be towed. And so I moved it. I thought that would be a better story than it turned out to be when it came out.
So you're in a situation in your life where you need to just stash your car somewhere randomly just for a week.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I'm not gonna ask any further questions. So I don't drive. I've never owned a car. I've never driven.
Yeah, I was like,
Right.
that's not that weird of a thing.
Is
What are you
it?
talking about?
That's not weird to
You
just
gotta
like
fucking park somewhere. It's a busy neighborhood. Yeah.
you don't
gotta
have
be
like
somewhere.
anywhere near your home.
Not
You just
everyone
have
has
to,
a
like, You go
driveway.
somewhere around
Wasn't near
town
my
and
home.
you just what?
I wasn't near my home. I had to be elsewhere. I probably should've
Okay,
let
so
the
you're
audience
just
know,
and
but
you find a place for a whole week. Your car is just somewhere random.
yeah, basically. Matt, the gorgeous glasses. Also, I tend
Oh,
to
we
do
got
drift through life.
TikTok.
We've seen this one.
Oh, this is a whole channel, dude. This is a new one.
Oh, we got
new
another
one.
cat spray.
Oh,
Why won't it play?
it's only 0 seconds
Who
long.
insulted China?
I mean, they could do that at any time.
All right, guys, I have a question for y'all.
Hit me.
So next week, Tuesday is the debate, correct?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So are we gonna do a recap next Wednesday?
Oh,
I hope-
sure.
So,
Let's count on it. No guest. Just recap.
Well, you know, I talked about it last week. Well, I'm making some bets on the debate.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to create my own bingo board.
Hell yeah.
So
this cat's a menace, by the way.
No, this
And
cat.
I
also-
like this like weird horror
Yeah.
film set.
Turns out this
Yeah,
cat
what a
just
badass
bullies
place.
all the cats in the area, but they're like all the cats live outside. It's fucking crazy.
And it undercuts it so much with those adorable little paws going.
There's one cat that he will try and bully, and it just comes over and sniffs him, and it's like not afraid, so it diffuses the situation. And that cat pops up in multiple videos where he sees him and there's no interaction. He's like, "Oh, I can't intimidate this guy."
I think to a degree, it's the classic game of hands.
Look,
you know?
he's rolling around.
Oh, cutie.
Where is this? Japan? Europe?
I don't
Not
know.
the U.S.
Rad places for fight scenes.
No, this is the cat that he can't intimidate. This is the cat that's like, "Oh, I'm not worried about you."
Hey, Johnny Karate, what's going on? Oh, it's so cute. I can't get over that.
Yeah, it's great, right? I love that. So I've been obsessed with that. I'm just watching. There's a lot. There's more than one account.
Jesus.
It's so fun. Did you guys see this? I thought this was fun. Oh. Content warning. Fucking Elon.
Huh. Oh,
Oh,
man.
well, let me show. Oh, that's the.
It's a
Hold
fucking
on.
picture. You're clicking on a goddamn picture,
Yeah.
man.
Ugh.
Oh. By the way, we got Vanguard DMs on screen, running slightly behind. As soon as our stream wraps up, we will hop on StreamYard, Matt. Excited to chat.
Oh,
Sorry,
my
internet
bad.
issue,
Sorry.
BRB.
Fuck. So anyway, check it out.
No, that's the beef.
Johnny
That's the beef. We
Bigwig.
just
That's
exposed
the beef.
DMs.
There
That's
you
it.
go.
Here we go. All right, so we rewind. Do that again. I already ruined it. Do it again.
No.
So
no.
he's so Elon Musk is guilty of retweeting constant like tenant. And the way he does it is he puts exclamation points or interesting or eyeballs. He just retweets. He doesn't even say anything.
Don't
He
forget
just-
like the dartboard with the fucking arrow on it or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Bullseye. But you know, he's not even contributing. He's just saying, "Oh, instant boost of whatever
Yeah.
this is." And come to
Same
find
thing
out,
Trump
it
does.
was all bullshit. Yeah.
They're just trying to have their little Debbie honey buns and eat them too. They're I think liability absolutely, FG, absolutely. I think there needs to be some liability for this. And I've been thinking more and more about this. I'm of the belief that liability when it comes to saying untrue things online should not fall on the social media platform. That is, if they say they're just a service, fair enough. But how the service is used matters. So I think liability falls on the poster, and I think that needs to be divided up by the size of the account. So somebody with 2 million subscribers or however many views should be treated with a stricter standard than somebody with 100 followers, you know?
Yeah.
The problem is I love saying untrue stuff and I love spreading misinformation. So like what do?
Don't have a huge account because otherwise you're.
But like what if I
spreading
want to tell my huge account some misinformation and have them like vote on Wednesday? Then what do?
You're doing a crime in my world.
Well, what if I told them to vote on Tuesday, but it's only at 6 a.m.?
It depends on how inaccurate your misinformation is, but I do think we need. I've been.
What if I tell them to vote, but it's like 4 p.m. and the polls open at 5?
So who's debating next week?
Who's debating? I think
kidding.
it's Tim Walz and Mike Pence. Is that right?
So can we officially plan on like that's what our show should be? Are you Jake? Are you gonna do your own show
100%.
Tuesday or
I will be unable to stop myself from doing a show,
So-
but
I'd be down to maybe do
join
like
us
a
for the
post-
recap?
Yeah.
But by the way, what I was just talking about with liability and yada yada, there would be, without the misinformation pipeline, which includes Fox News, by the way, we got to delve into that. There would be no debate. There would be no Republican Party, frankly, at this point.
I've
But
been saying we
back-
got to ban the Republican Party like they did in Greece. Like, just
I
fucking get rid
literally
of these
think,
guys.
yes, classify it as a criminal organization and,
What about
and
Germany,
say
man?
you're not a political party. You're a criminal.
Let's not
organization.
talk about Germany. I don't want to talk about Germany right now. Haven't they done enough?
It was like one area of Germany, like 7% of the population could vote. It was a disappointing 7%, but it's like if our Alabama.
I think it's funny how our media has been saying like Germany or far right group takes Germany in all new direction, and people are like, all new? Not really. Kind of originated that direction and then went away, and that was good.
It's
So
like
this
when you
is
tweet
kinda
out
like-
that this is an
classic
all new leftist panel show. All new?
Oh, it's not even a year old. But
I love your glasses, by the way.
thanks. But and I got these too. These are for far away.
Oh yeah.
I got some glasses that are also for far away.
Shade.
Looking
Eye shade. That is awesome.
So whenever I
those-
last put these on the show, sometimes I take them off and I throw them somewhere.
Mhm.
And
that happens.
I found
Too
them
rough. Too
recently and they're missing a lens. So
Send them to your old pal Jake.
I got these for free at a weed store like 5 years ago.
Oh, nice. Those are real sunglasses, in my opinion. Real sunglasses do not come from the eyeglass store. They come from either a party favor or a gas station when you're in the middle of a road trip, or it's just too uncomfortably sunny out. Those are proper sunglasses.
Well,
They
I got
cost
them for
$1.50.
free at a weed store. Like I
Yeah, or
suppose
there.
because they want me to hide the fact that I got red eyes or something. Is that why they're giving away free glasses? I don't know. Anyway, it's a good prop. I have all my free eyewear just next, like, Jake's got honey buns, pickles, and like stale bread, and like a party hat and like one of those tube things that I forget the name, and cold brew. Can't
I've got
forget that.
comic books.
And you got 0 hour. I got eyewear.
Just
this.
hearing
This is some
Andrea
of my
say 0
favorite.
hour, it's pretty fucking cool. Yeah,
This is
those
a
are
good
great.
eyewear.
Those are great. No, I have my hats back there. Look, I just one more thing about the debate, and this is something that even I have been critical of, and there's gonna inevitably be comparisons to Harris's performance and Biden's. I think that's silly. I don't think there's any comparison, but I would do it in terms of this is way better. Like if it was Biden again, we'd all be sitting here going, "Oh my God." But like people have literally been making fun of him for like, and Trump dozes off too, right? But like, look at, they call him Sleepy Joe, and that seems kind of accurate actually. And everyone's always like, "Oh man, he's not there. He's just nodding off all the time." But this is funny because Joe Biden apparently did something that no other president has done. And it's like an explicit order. I always have trouble with that word explicit. Explicit order that he left for his people to be woken up for anything from a possible security breach to like a full-on national security emergency. And to be woken up at all hours, or even if he's already asleep in a cabinet meeting.
Damn it, that guy.
See, I knew
Like a
you
long
were
setup.
doing a joke. I knew it, but I was like, where the fuck is this shit going? Where is it
That was
going?
well done.
And then I thought maybe this isn't a joke. It's gone on too long. And then it happened.
That's right. It's gone on. You should see how I have it written out with ellipses, ... just to be like, this is where it should keep going more and more.
The dat fan of leftist streaming. Wow, only one person will understand that. Look, that was well done, and it deserves a handshake. I'm gonna.
Thanks. Oh, appreciate. Oh, my. Yeah. Thank you.
Ooh.
But I do think that, and people are even like, yeah, no, Joe Biden is embarrassing. I agree. But look, here's the thing. Do you think in this series, do you think that there should be comparisons to them beyond just relief that it's a better choice than what
I mean, what are
were?
we comparing here? Like
That's
we
what I
have a
mean.
fucking zombie versus like a generic Democrat. Like, I'll take generic Democrat over zombie
Yeah.
corpse any day.
I'm being cynical, but I can already hear them saying, despite Biden's performance, he would have made better points, or just like defenders or people trying to be contrary or controversial.
Well, yeah, we're gonna get some contrarians, I think, but I think
People
the
looking to make
consensus is
drama.
just gonna be like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. That was fun to watch versus, oh God, is there an emergency run to the liquor store? Can they open up? Oh God. That's what it was last time, like.
There really should be such a thing as a publicly available emergency supply of liquor. Like, listen, I just
Absolutely.
walked in.
Break in case of emergency type.
Oh, you hear because of the debate?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, don't worry, we got a special line for you. All right.
Yeah. What do you, any predictions? We could do predictions right now.
Yeah.
Have
All
any
right.
predictions? What do you think? What do you think?
Oh, go ahead.
It's on ABC. Is that right?
My prediction is that it will be on ABC.
No, but I mean, what context does that provide? Because they're otherwise, am I getting this? ABC sucks, right?
I mean,
I
they're
mean,
not
not
the
especially
worst,
in my
but
opinion.
they're not good.
Who are they owned by? They part of that Sinclair thing?
I honestly don't know.
I'm talking out of my ass.
No,
Andrew,
it's
are you
a
looking it up?
reasonable thing to ask, but I don't know the answer. Look, they're corporate media. You're going to deal with media owned by rich people no matter what. But on the scale of corporate media, they skew towards true versus false. I think during the debate, you're going to see Kamala Harris saying the big obvious things for the centrists and dropping little tiny hints for progressives. And I think that means that the phrase all right, I don't know the specific phrase, but we should listen for her change in Gaza, Israel policy, because I think she is going to hint, but not come out and say that it's going to be harder for Netanyahu, specifically Netanyahu, under her. And I think, by the way, that's part of a larger strategy she has right now, which is to get a deal done under Joe Biden so it's not her problem.
She's working tirelessly for the ceasefire, like, and also the Green New Deal. Because if you look at the, what is it, like the Naval Observatory where the VP lives, and you go look at the, in the garage, all the cars, no tires.
I don't.
She's working tirelessly.
Okay, all right, there we go.
Pretty fucking good. That was good. I'll give you that one.
And I didn't need to write it down. No ellipses, motherfucker. It's all in here.
In terms of, well, I'll only write it down to make sure I get it right for you guys. It's my consideration for the audience. But I think that in terms of, like, I don't have any predictions. I predict he's gonna try, like, look, Trump steamrolled CNN with lie after lie after lie, the most batshit crazy thing, and nobody called him out. I foresee that happening again, and I would hope Kamala Harris can call him out.
On Polymarket, I am betting money on Kamala Harris saying I'm speaking. So, anyone out there, that's what I'm hoping she says.
But in
that's one of
terms
my
of
favorites.
In terms of progressive policy, I have like a whole thing about that. I don't like the term. I don't like that term. It's
What I'm speaking.
Policy?
Progressive policy.
Oh, progressive.
I don't like that because I feel like they could, if they say, if a Democrat says progressive policy, I feel like they're throwing a bone to progressives, going, we've got progressive
my
policy.
thing is like, who the fuck calls themselves a progressive? Like, unless they're talking to their grandma. Like,
look, we just want policy. Well, I mean, you got to differentiate yourself if you're a registered Democrat from establishment.
Well, I mean, I would just say I'm a leftist. I feel like I'm a progressive. Is like, I feel like it's time capsuled.
But
I'm specifically trying to popularize it as a name for, like, a potential name for the actual lefties as a party, because I don't like the Green Party. I think they come from an era of being terrible at getting victories, and I don't want to inherit their leadership.
This is why there are some.
You mean you don't want to vote for Jill Stein every 4 years?
No.
There are some Green Party candidates running for governor specifically in Washington and Maryland that have great campaign strategies and mechanisms that they can apply to other candidates right away, so people can hit the ground running.
Let's grab them up and put them in the Progressive Party.
Right. So there's a lot of that something, and Annie Fitzgerald is creating a coalition with other Green Party candidates just simply because they are progressive. So here's the thing. These policies are just policies that benefit people in a significant way. Do you know what I'm saying? Where government takes responsibility for citizens and their role in ensuring citizens, not just voters, have means of survival and success in their lives, right? So I think calling them progressive policies to me gives them the opportunity to appease leftists, whatever, right? To appease a leftist by saying, we did progressive policy. We did some progressive policy.
It's like a way, like, don't worry, guys, we're making
it's a cop out. It becomes a fucking cop out. The way they're like, no, yeah, we did a progressive policy. And it's like, we don't want you to do what progressives want. Progressives want things that you should do because it's the right thing to do. It's not like we made these ideas as progressives to be progressive policy as much as we created them, because it's like, oh yeah, we all need universal fucking healthcare. What are you talking about? Yeah, tax the rich or whatever.
But don't you think that does free advertising for us in the future? Again, I'm assuming a party split here, but
I don't want the split. That's the thing.
Even if there is no split, doesn't that do great advertising for leftists in general if they say, hey, look, we did a progressive policy, and then everybody thinks of this policy that is good for people as progressive?
I want them to pass the policy because they should realize this is how you buy votes.
You don't want them to be like, look, we did our one, and so now we're set.
Forgive debt, give healthcare, watch the people line up to support you. And it's not about appeasing progressives. It's about helping people. So don't give them an opportunity to do things that make progressives feel better on Twitter. Fuck all that. Do things that actually help people in this country. And then you'll see that they support you and your party and your politics and your administration. Right?
That's where I feel we fundamentally disagree. And I want to be clear that even though we disagree, I'm not confident that I'm correct here. But I do want them to worry about appeasing progressives. I do want them to do things not because they think they're right, but simply because they hear that progressives are demanding it. Because I don't think they have a moral compass. I think people making decisions right now need to be forced.
I think you can get the same outcome. Because if they do it in terms of appeasing progressives, okay, good. At least you're doing it, right? But if this becomes like the one trick pony thing where it's like, we're
once the
voting for
cycles are
this
like,
Democrat
here's-
because they'll do a progressive thing and we could push them progressive or push them left. And okay, look, all politicians, Republicans, Democrats, I don't give a fuck. You're supposed to be doing things for people, not property. You're supposed to be doing things that serve the country, not the richest people in the country's pocketbook. Do you know what I'm saying? And like,
yeah,
these are huge, huge flaws in the system. Everyone knows it. It's why it's broken. So when we start saying like, oh, Kamala Harris is going to do some progressive stuff, or she's gonna work with progressives, or progressives and Democrats are coming together around this ticket now that it's not Biden. Okay, but I hope we can all agree. Like, here's the thing. Let's say there was a debate between a progressive and a Democrat, and they were saying, I hope we can all agree that these policies serve everyone. It's not just something that progressives want, but it's something that we all want people to have in order to get by and be more successful and survive, right? And I would love to see the Democrat go, no, I disagree. And here's why. And you know what I mean? Because then it's like, haha, exposed. And I guess they do that, but they don't. But I want to put them in the spotlight more than we are. And I think giving them the opportunity to say that they've done some progressive policy is a bullshit cop-out now. I don't know. Is that maybe that doesn't make sense?
It's a fair point. Again, I'm not sure I'm not sure if I even disagree.
You don't have to disagree. That's the thing.
But
yeah, it works either way.
Like, on one hand, oh yeah, we're so progressive on this thing, and then they're on the other hand, they're like, oh yeah, by the way, we're going to finish the wall. By the way, we need to secure a future for our beautiful white children here in America, and immigrants suck. Like Democrats, like they just want to appease both sides. They want to get the Nazis on board and they want to get the progressives on board. And that's why they're the ultimate losers. But it just so happens they're really lucking out is that they have literally the world's biggest loser running against them. So
one thing the right got right is that there are people who I want my politician to make angry. There are people that if you're making them happy, I'm angry with you. If Nazis like you, I got a problem with you. Yeah. I think that is something MAGA got correct. I just think they have a childish view of the world. But truly, like if some guy's like, I don't like N-words or F slurs or R slurs, and I feel like they should all be in camps, and we just sort of no. That if you're like, but we need to appeal to him too. No, you don't. You can, and I'll say this, you can pitch your policy, decent policy, to appeal to them. Like in such a way, like, look, this benefits you because blah, blah, blah. You can't change your policy to appeal to them. That I have a problem with.
It's when I think about this one clip all the time of George Carlin in an interview. And it's one of those things where I guess they were counting on him saying something funny, but he's just being kind of serious about it. And he said, gosh, I'm pretty sure this was an interview, but it might have been his comedy. It's hard to tell with the guy, but especially toward the end, because he was really like his comedy. I was like, this isn't even funny. He's just preaching the truth here. But he said, we all get mad at politicians, but those are just us. Those are just people that came from our society. It's not like they were born crooked politicians. Maybe at some point they got on that trajectory through schooling and then paid their dues or whatever in a lobby firm or something. But those are products of this country. Those people.
It's not very good.
That's kind of what
very
we
well
are.
put. By the way, I wonder if you guys might want to do a round table.
I prefer
what do you think? Okay.
Trapezoid tables.
We do trapezoid table.
So complicated.
What do you think is going to be Kamala Harris's big attack on Trump? Her best attack on Trump. What one's going to resonate the best?
Abortion.
Abortion?
That was off the top of my head. I don't know.
No, that
It's not
makes
well
a lot of
thought out.
sense. No, we'll tell you, mine was going to be
Lies.
gun control because he's behind bulletproof glass now. But no, I think your instinct is correct here, because abortion is more the angle she wants to go on. She doesn't want to talk about gun control because she doesn't want to.
And also, like, the
anger
best
Nazis.
like argument of all time in favor of abortion is going to be standing right across from her on the debate stage.
Yeah. True.
I think she's gonna. Is there any betting on whether she's gonna call him racist? Because I think if she does that,
I don't think that's one of the terms.
what do you think? Is she gonna call him racist to his face?
No, because she's getting so much mileage out of him acting racist and her not responding to it. I think she's actually using this as a technique to win over the lightly racist of the country. I think she wants.
Yeah, like, is
"See,
she's
I'm
not bringing it up, and then Donald Trump keeps going, she became a black person, like, every 15 seconds, and, you know, it's going to be
he's
pretty
the one making
hard.
it weird."
Yep.
Nikki Haley is helping him with debate prep.
Oh, well, he's certainly going to be in great shape.
They said there was a
That's
moment.
what he needed. More hand-moving advice.
Yeah, but there was like a moment where Haley supposedly had Harrison backed into a corner in a debate, and it's like, come on, that's
Nikki Haley debated Kamala Harris. When?
when was that? This would have been a Democratic debate, like a primary, right?
You mean Tulsi Gabbard?
Sorry, yeah, Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah. No, Haley's I totally get it. They have a very similar vibe these days.
No, I was gonna bring up Nikki Haley because Tulsi Gabbard endorsed Trump, and we're still waiting on our bet where Nikki Haley's gonna endorse Biden or not.
Oh,
remember?
Just you wait. Just
you think
wait.
that's still gonna happen?
I was very specific. I'm not wrong until the election's come and gone.
Okay.
Just you wait.
I mean, Biden's not in the race anymore, so it kind of can't happen.
Look,
so what would happen
if we got
Harris? If we got a 269 tie, and then Nikki Haley came out and endorsed Joe Biden in, so like when that happens, then it goes to the House and the Senate, right? So then like the House or Senate will vote for Joe Biden instead of Kamala Harris. And so then that would secure your win, but it would be after the election.
Jake, I think our bet does have to follow federal election law, and now it applies to Harris in terms of who she's right. So,
I'll take it. My odds just went way up. I was hanging on by a thread.
50
You're still willing to argue she'll endorse Joe Biden.
I think, and now that Harris said, yeah, I'd have a Republican in my administration, I think Haley's like, that could be me. Why not? Come on, girlfriend. Let's break that ceiling together or whatever.
I am obsessing over something this guy named Shark30 said. I want to be very clear. I am not bright enough to have had this thought
in
on
the
my
chat?
own. No. It was on he's a streamer. He does the same thing we do, basically. He said that it might have been a big brain move by Kamala Harris here when she said she'd appoint a Republican, because as Feldo has been pointing out, Mr. David Feldman, that Montana race is basically going to decide, it looks like, whether or not the Senate goes to Democrats or Republicans.
Good point. Yeah.
But
I don't know. We'll see.
But hear me out. Sharky says, if Harris appoints Susan Collins, a Republican, to something that to anything, a national dog catcher, hear me out. If she does
something that doesn't fucking matter, please
hear me out on this though, because there's an interesting strategy here. You got to get past that initial shot.
This is why I hate fucking politics.
We can appoint her to the next ISS assignment.
She appoints her to be a space station hall monitor, and then that allows the state Senate there, I think we're talking Massachusetts. I don't even remember. That
Maine?
allows the
I
state
think so.
Senate to appoint her replacement. Hence, a Democrat. Hence, control of the Senate goes
Funny.
back to the Democrats.
That's why Nikki
Possibly.
Haley went to be an ambassador or something for Trump, because it put the lieutenant governor in North Carolina or South Carolina. I can't, yeah,
You live there, mother. How do I know this?
I would not then, but it was like a Republican who became governor all of a sudden.
Yeah.
That's how they're like, ooh.
Yeah. Look, I'm not happy that that's the political game we're playing, but we are playing it whether we like it or not. And if that's the case,
I'm not playing.
Look,
we are not
You're
playing
in it.
No, I get the whole, hey, you may not do politics, but politics does you. But I do not swim in that shit. I'm voting and I'm encouraging people to get involved and be informed. But when it comes to literal politics, I don't like it. I think it's shifty as fuck. I think there's so many backroom, like this deal you're talking about. There are levels to that shit happening, and it is.
But there's no deal.
All gross. But
it's just strategy.
I didn't mean as in a deal that somebody was making. I just mean this situation, this deal here.
Yeah.
You know, it's like one of those terms like making you hip to something. It's just kind of like off the cuff, casual slang.
Right.
At the end of the day, either things get done or they don't, because we either have the trifecta or we don't. This is a way to this is insurance. And I'm not thrilled with it, but I do like that it shows that the Harris folks are savvy, because that is something I was deeply concerned about. Because Democrats in the past, let's be honest, have been dumb as bricks. Incredibly dumb.
That's an insult to bricks.
You glitched there for a second. I felt like I missed a word. But anyway, I can infer what you meant.
Yeah.
I think that hold on. Okay, see you soon.
Why'd you ban?
Oh, we gotta stop. Hold on, we gotta pause the show until Soul Life.
No. Let's
everybody wait for Soul Life.
Let's wait for him to get back. Nobody say anything till he gets back.
Yep. Just gotta make sure.
Knowing this guy, he could be cooking a well done steak or something.
That's not good.
He's probably at work.
He said he'd be right back.
Anything. This could be literally anything.
That's true. He did say he would be right back. It's true.
Take him his word.
Oh, he's back.
Okay.
All right.
Right on.
All right.
Good to see you, buddy. Hope everything's okay. So, I hate politics.
Yeah, man.
Look, why can't we have a fucking government that just works to get shit done instead of we reach across the aisle? You don't fucking reach across the aisle. This is all bullshit.
Feeling this.
It makes me so angry. It's like they treat the public like we're dumb little children. Not little children, dumb little children.
Hold on.
That
don't It's not necessarily true.
That don't
not necessarily
understand. They're like, hey, look, once you're in office, it's really complicated. We have all the answers, but unfortunately, we can't explain it to your simple, small little brains. Voters.
That's the thing, though, is like Americans are dumb as fuck. They're dumb.
Yeah,
They're just dumb. And that's the thing is like, it's like George Carlin was saying, is like, we let them take advantage of us because we're fucking stupid.
Yeah, I want to stop letting them. That's why.
No,
that's why I want to rely on
I
other
agree.
things besides government.
Exactly what Pink was saying. It's so frustrating to me. I've been feeling that lately in particular. Like, why is it that we have to try to convince people to do the decent thing? Why is that not the default? And the job of the politician is to try to explain and therefore sell the decent thing to those that need it. I will say this. I've seen the path out of this nonsense, which is we need to attack the misinformation, because the vast majority of, not the vast majority, everyone, except for the billionaires perhaps, everyone who votes for Republicans has no idea what they're voting for. They've been lied to, and often they've chosen to be lied to, but it doesn't change the fact that it's lies. So we got to attack that. That's, I think, our job. I think the legislation pitched earlier is a great start. I also think culturally, you find out somebody watches Alex Jones, you got to address that. You have to have at least one conversation saying, you support this person who harasses the victims of school shootings? What the fuck is the matter with you? Why would you think it's okay to admit that in public? Christ.
I
personally like to laugh at them. I'm enjoying the whole weird thing. I've been just making fun of Republicans for a long time. So like I love the Democrats are doing it and it seems to be working. These guys are fucking I don't know about weird. I think I'm pretty weird, right? So, maybe we can choose a new word. I would say crazy ass motherfuckers.
You could be eccentric. Eccentric is cool.
I'm eccentric. A little bit.
Even Crowder helped us out when he came up with the term big con. I think
it's true.
I think we should adopt that and genuinely, because that is truly what they are. It's just a grift. I think they often write the prescription necessary to cure their own disease. And they keep saying cancel culture this, cancel culture that. Yeah, culturally, we should cancel these motherfuckers. I don't think we necessarily need the government to come in and say, this show's illegal, this show's illegal. It should just be that if a person lies regularly to their audience, they lose their audience because their audience stops watching. Even if they like the lies, doesn't matter. And I think the reason it doesn't happen now is because all of us here came from a culture where you're supposed to be respectful of like, oh, well, they have their little thing and we don't bother them. We do bother them, I think. I think anybody in your life that watches this crap needs to be called out for being somebody who's assisting in this evil.
So I'm pretty much done with today. Okay. You're right, Jake. I still like to be civil if possible, right? I don't want to piss anybody off. You don't know what else is going on in somebody's fucking day, right? You don't want to be the last straw or whatever. But
hey, I know your fucking whole family just died in a car wreck, but can you believe that Donald Trump
you're racist,
said that?
right?
And
you know you're a racist piece of shit, right? But like today, I really let somebody have it. Yeah, I have no remorse and no regrets. I was like,
it feels good, doesn't it?
When I'm at work.
Really fuck someone up mentally,
treating me like a captive audience. I even politely said, you should blog because you're just blogging out loud. Like you should write this down. People will read it. People will pay to read this stuff. You have all these things like these dialogues that are just you talking. I'm trying to let them know like the fuck, dude, this isn't a conversation. You're preaching at me. And then I was just like, I did that thing that I usually reserve for privacy where I say, I'm 50, motherfucker. You think I haven't heard all this shit before? You think I haven't thought about this before? Shut the fuck up.
I thought you were going to be 50 in December.
I mean, I'm rounding up. But
typical Democrat lying to people in political debates.
Put me in the 50 and up club in January.
Well,
so there's more things leaning toward 50 than not. So here's the thing. I have a late birthday. So what do you want? But
stolen valor?
I really told the guy, I was like, I mean, it was on a particular subject and I was letting him know. I was like, you really think I haven't heard all this? I don't need to hear this. Stop talking to me about this. I don't believe in that crap. Stop talking about that crap.
Who is this person? Like, is this a stranger?
No, it's like, I was at work. Okay.
Work related, yeah. So
they were not a customer or something.
Yeah.
So I was a captive audience and I fucking hate that. It's like, I don't come in here to preach at people. I come in here to literally do the job that I was hired to do. If you're not here to do a job, please leave. So anyway, then the guy was saying like, he said, well, I'm not trying to convert you. And I was like, then shut the fuck up. Like, that's what I said. And I instantly had the thought, I don't care if I hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
Because you don't care what I think at all, or you wouldn't be talking to me. I talk to other people throughout the day. I'm in South Carolina, okay? People are saying all kinds of things about their personal belief, faith, religion, whatever, and I'm just rolling with it like, okay.
I was just driving down the road and Jesus said, "Hey, how you doing, Martha?" And I said, "I'm doing just well, Jesus. Thank you for asking."
This one guy said, this is a different person said, I'm not surprised. I believe that, we're in the end times.
Right.
And I was like,
oh
okay.
yeah, we're in the end times.
I was like, okay.
all right,
I mean,
Jethro.
but he said it in a way that was totally rational. Like, all right,
we're in the end times.
But he didn't
what are
say,
you gonna do?
he didn't say we're in the end
has
time. That's why I
been
walk around without any clothes on. You know what I mean?
the
He wasn't
end
like being
times.
nuts about it. He was just like,
Yeah.
dude, I think it's the fucking end times. Just like
Yeah,
people
yeah.
say,
For
I mean,
2000.
it just sort of being your average doomer in a way. But which whatever. But this guy, I was like, he already knew the day I was having. Is there a dog growling?
Max the dog is having a
Awesome.
great time right now.
So there was already like I feel like I'm vibing Max into a bad dream. I'm sorry, Max.
No, he's having a great time.
But like he already knew that I was having like, not an easy day. No, there are no easy days.
And he thought he'd take advantage
I
of
disagree.
emotional
I'm having a
state.
pretty easy day right now. This
And
is like a solid day.
No,
for
I
me.
mean in my work environment, it's to be taken very
Hard
serious.
stuff.
Yeah. And so he was, I feel like, should have known to back the hell off or just be supportive and not come at me with all this heavy stuff. And I just was like, I went full Matt and told him exactly what I thought. And then he tried to defend it and saying, he said, I'm not preaching at you. And I was like, he's trying to gaslight me. I said, then shut the fuck up.
I'll tell you exactly
And
what happened. And you know this already, but I just want to
say that to everyone all the time.
This is what I'm telling you.
He saw that you were experiencing something emotionally difficult, and he thought, now's an opportunity for me to convert this person because I can take advantage
That's how they get
how
you.
they feel right now. And hopefully in this emotionally vulnerable state, they'll be susceptible to hearing about this thing that I pitch. And I think if you're a Christian watching, I'm not angry that you're a Christian. I think it's good that there are Christians.
Believe me,
I want there, in fact, to be Christians.
But I don't.
You should know, hush, both of you. You should know that is a mean thing to do to somebody. I know you're told that it's a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's a mean thing to do to somebody.
Yeah, and I said where I left it was like, hey, you got to realize, man, your religion is not as important to people outside of the religion as it is to you. Sorry.
And
like,
even if
I
you're right,
really don't care.
Even if you're correct, you don't have the right to prey on people.
Well, then he went into talking about Trump, and I said, oh, so you're a racist too? And he goes, I'm not racist. And I was like, I got
what do you
news
say
for
about
you.
Trump? Tell me. Like, so you're like, I don't care about your fucking religion. And he's like, well, Donald Trump says that
if we
Jesus
get Trump
is
in
on the
office,
Bible and we're going to make America great again because Jesus on the $1 bill. I tell you what.
If we get Trump in office, we'll get rid of these liberals and things will start to work out.
Okay, so you say,
and
I don't give a shit
so
about
you're
your
racist
religion.
Too.
And their answer to, you don't care about my religion.
No, he was just spiraling at that point. Yeah.
He
was going,
so my religion is pointless to you. Well, how about this? When we get Trump in office, those liberals are gone. Oh, that's wonderful.
He can't. It's religion, politics, religion, back and forth. It's really weird societal things. It's all blended together. And I was like, look, I don't care. But here's like,
this guy needs
he's missing a real fucking opportunity to have dialogue. He wasn't. The main flaw was he was talking.
Bring him on the show. Can we get him on the show?
No,
I actually would love that.
The main flaw is that he was talking at me instead of with me, and I am a guy who engages in conversation all the fucking time. I would be happy to talk with anybody about literally any topic that's legal. But I want to be able to have these conversations versus
that's not true. You're down to talk about illegal shit all the time. I mean,
well,
I
just
shouldn't say that on there.
Like horrible stuff. But I don't want somebody to just sit there and talk at me as if, we have a few hours to kill.
I didn't subscribe to your podcast, bro.
Whatever the fuck that's why I was saying you should blog. But I'm having people on this show who I don't agree with and who, I necessarily wouldn't care what their faith is, but they've made it their platform. And I find it very interesting in some cases, especially when they're welcoming dialogue and a conversation and they want to talk about it and they want people to understand on a level that isn't conversion or converting. You know what I mean? They want people to understand where they're coming from and that they don't mean it in the way some other people do of the same, supposedly of the same faith. And so I think that that's very cool and very wise. I'm very open to all this stuff, but that guy,
if you're out there listening, man, fuck you.
I mean, I already told him that.
Yeah.
If you're out there listening, already, fuck you again.
I even had the thought. I was like, man, if you get triggered and do something violent toward me, it would be better than sitting here listening to this. Good God.
I'd rather get punched in the mush.
Take me out of my misery. I cannot. And I was just sitting there. I was like doing this, like, oh, and he wasn't like picking up on my body language. I was
so
like,
why? So you're working in some like art facility and like there's like Jesus freaks preaching to you? What the fuck?
No. Okay. It's not an art facility. And I wouldn't say he was a Jesus freak. I think he was just using it as a means of like, it's all he talks about. There are people who have learned certain things, be it from a religion or lessons in life, who use that as the catalyst of all conversations going forward. That's a basis for everything they say, is these little anecdotes.
Yeah, they got a script because they don't know how to fucking have genuine, spontaneous conversations. So they got to start on the script.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, hey, man, I hang out with people that have actually, I know I'm just sort of ranting now, but we have really good conversations on this show. I have great conversations on my show when I have interview guests. I am looking for really, really interesting topics to talk about and to get to know people, and to have somebody just come at me like that. Nah.
So you're at this like underground art warehouse and there's like a secret cabal of Jesus people. And they're like surrounding you, like telling you that
just
once
described
Trump is in office, liberals are going to get out.
No.
So you're trying to just sharpen your colored pencils and you're having to listen to these guys. And you're just standing in the corner of the classroom at the pencil sharpener, just grinding away. And you got to listen to
that would have been fucking funny. Next time, I'm just going to start using an electric pencil sharpener, just getting the pencils all the way down to the eraser. When he starts talking, I'd just be like, do like 40 pencils. Wait for him.
Oh man, when I first had an electric sharpener,
I'm doing
I remember when they installed those motherfuckers. That was in like 3rd grade, and I remember I did the whole thing of one. There's no way. How can you not do that? You have to do it all in one sitting. Everyone has to. It's the rite of passage.
Anyway,
once
sorry,
you
I
have
went
access
off on
to
that.
one. It's fine. It's totally good. It's interesting, and I think it exposes
I was triggered.
folks. Yeah, it exposes
still
folks
triggered.
to something they may need to hear. Maybe.
Which is, if you believe in God, please don't talk about it.
No, it's like I'm sitting here trying to be as cool to people as possible. I correct my behavior. I course correct my language all the time. Call me out. I'm on it. I'm trying to be somebody that you don't have to know real well to understand that I'm an ally. I'm on your side. We can talk about whatever. We could be pals. We don't have to have the exact same political views. But if you start trying to dump that shit on me like it's your soapbox or whatever, man, bro.
What if it's the shampoo box?
If it's unasked for.
What kind of box it is, I'm kicking that box out from under you. But anyway, it's just very kind of did. Thanks for letting me get that out because it was kind of bugging the shit out of me all night.
Oh, I hear you, man.
I kept zoning out, whereas normally I would have zingers and dad jokes, and I was like, I'm not here. I'm not here.
I did notice a distinct lack of them earlier. It was freaking me out a little bit.
That one dickhead. It just really, really made me mad. And look, I don't need a job. Fire me.
So you're working at this right-wing
Pencil store.
religious
No, that's not it.
artistic community.
What I mean
it's like
is, I
like
have
an Amish community. You walk in, you have to like surrender your cell phone into the mailbox, and then
supplemental income for me, very low. It's something I want to do because it's rewarding for me, and I believe in youth development. And
so
if
it's a supplement.
if it
company?
turns into a
nar-
situation where I get fired for telling some guy to fuck off, okay. I mean, I can do this at another facility. It's not. Look,
So you admit it's a facility.
I worked very, very hard to get to the point where I don't have to be at my job for healthcare. I've been paying
Absolutely.
for my own healthcare for almost 10 years now.
You got
And-
AARP on you, so
Well, the next year that really kicks in. But anyway, $9 a year, guys. Fucking
God
deal.
damn.
That's a deal. And it's the best news. Their app has the best news. It's amazing.
Noted.
and if
I
I
could
just pick
just-
up a cigarette habit, I can maybe get in a year early.
I read 2 articles in a row, and I was like, where else are you going to see these 2 articles in a row? Do you want me to tell you what the articles were?
Yeah, hit me.
How
One
to
was
shine
about
your shoes and the future of communism.
close. One
That would
was,
be amazing.
the first one was how to know if Social Security is on the ballot where you live. The other was
Good one.
how to increase your orgasm / why does my pee burn after sex? And I was like, there is no fucking place you're gonna find those articles back to
So what did
back.
you learn?
Why does it burn after sex?
The one was that was membership only, so I can't really technically violate that. I clicked something that
Membership
said,
only. So if I gave you
Wait 10 years
$9,
to find out.
I just think it's cool that senior citizens are doing it, man. They're going to be
Yeah.
concerned about things that happen afterwards. Is this normal? Is it me? I don't know. Things are changing all the time now at this age.
Things are
It's
changing,
great,
like
man.
where
Everyone
Social
should be doing
Security
it.
is
What are
on
you
the
kidding
ballot.
me? Everyone should be orgasming and then trying to make it better.
Yeah.
Why? That's
Orgasming, then stop
totally
the
Voting
burning.
for sweeping government programs. Absolutely.
Wait, so I have a
right
question.
afterward. They're like,
So
oh
why,
shit, what
like,
about
why
Social
does it
Security?
burn though? Like, is that a real thing? It burns?
There's
like
a lot
fire?
of reasons. No, there's a lot of reasons it could, and it's not generally something to be concerned about unless you have multiple partners, and then it probably some sort of urinary tract infection. But
I mean, I don't like burning. It does sound painful.
it's just a sensation. It's not necessarily burning. Okay, all right. But they have doctors writing articles specifically for people my age.
If it starts burning, you might
No,
want to
these
know.
articles sometimes are like, this is clearly for people who are way older, but like 30 years older than me.
I was going
No.
to point out you start getting AARP stuff around that time, but you
Yeah.
keep getting it forever. It's quite a
Yeah.
range of folks you're talking about.
Yeah. But anyway, I forget why I was talking about ARP and age.
Oh, because you have a venereal disease.
Yeah, I wish. That'd be
Why just
interesting.
throw
Oh,
them?
no. Okay, so here's the thing. I am not locked into a job for benefits. I worked for a long time. That was one of the goals of going freelance. I was like, whoa, this might not work. This is going to be a constant hustle. But if I do it right, I will never have to go to a job where it's like, oh, now I can't speak my mind because if they let me go, I'm screwed. What am I going to do about dental? Fuck that. So I'm in a position where I can just basically do and say whatever I want with the understanding that I'm not a complete jerk. And there's no risk in somebody being like, what is that? Like, not blackmail, but like
Red mail.
no, like
Extortion?
yeah, like we've got you
yeah.
wrapped around our finger because your
Yeah.
healthcare is attached to this crap job or whatever.
Speaking about being wrapped around fingers, what is this? Is this a Civil War coin?
Oh no, it's a doubloon.
Cool. I thought you meant my Sergeant Slaughter coin back there. I was like, can you see that?
Nope, not Sergeant Slaughter.
I didn't know there was such a thing.
Oh yeah,
I kind of
dude.
want to see it if it's where are we what are we talking? Is it in that blue case? No, that's a Pokeball. That's an Ultra Ball. No way.
Do you think this motherfucker has
Great
an Ultra Ball?
It was a great ball. Oh, hell yeah. That's like a proper like Marine Corps coin.
Oh, it's stolen valor.
Oh yeah. But it's got like the whole I mean it's they did a nice job there.
Yeah, he puts you in the Cobra clutch. I have pictures of it. And then he shakes your hand. He says, "It's really good to meet you," and he slips you the coin, kind of like a Santa Claus or a grandfather move, where he slips you a present while shaking your hand.
I like the idea of Santa doing that for some reason. Still a Sergeant Slaughter coin. What do you guys think? Oh yes, hell yeah!
Jeez,
that's my bazooka, G.I. Joe bazooka.
Yes,
jersey.
Dude.
What the fuck?
See the Iron Sheik poster back there? The Iron Sheik died the day before.
What?
Oh, shit.
They were arch enemies and good friends.
This is
Joe
part
Fest,
of
2023.
There are big swaths of culture I do not want to cede to the Hulk Hogan's of the world. Yeah, I love wrestling, man. I hope we get a hippy dippy lefty WWE at some point.
Well,
I was just thinking your discussion of why you wanted to secure healthcare independently is like the path I would take to pitching universal healthcare to a right winger. Like if I were trying to earlier on, I was saying don't change your policy to try to appease right wingers. Change your pitch for the policy. Explain to them why it's good for them. Because if we're doing a good thing, it should be good for everybody. Right there, what you were talking about is a great pitch for universal healthcare. Hey, do you not want to be under your boss's thumb all the time?
Exactly.
Universal healthcare. Do you want to start a business? Are you ambitious personally? Well, if you don't want your family to die because you angered your boss, do you guys have any ideas, anything that comes to mind in terms of a leftist policy that you think you could pitch to right wingers? Sincerely.
I somehow convinced one of my right-wing family members that legalizing drugs was good because then there wouldn't be fentanyl-laced drugs that people would die from.
Legalizing marijuana is an easy one. It's easy.
Yeah. And what would be your pitch to a right winger?
For that?
Yeah.
I always make the comparison that there's more alcohol related death than marijuana related death, right? The statistics for harm done by alcohol far outweighs marijuana, and they have marijuana as a Schedule I drug on par with heroin, which is absurd.
Not on Biden's watch. Schedule 3, baby.
Yeah. So, he made it Schedule 3.
He started the process or whatever the fuck. I don't know if it's happening.
Right. I was gonna say that's bad messaging if they did that, and I don't know it.
I'm gonna throw a curve at you though.
But here's the other thing. Here's the other pitch.
Remember, you're pitching a right winger.
Right. Colorado, where I lived for 20 some years, did it and made $8 billion in the first 3 months, June, July, and August. Right? Increased tourism,
money,
increased revenue,
boom,
new business, local business. Do you own a business? Is there a vacant shop next door? Occupy that shit by selling weed. Know what I'm saying? The money went to cash funds, which are typically reserved for education. Think about the way you can tax these fuckers, right?
The snack
doesn't matter.
Shop next door.
Yeah, they are banking. And look at all the industries around the industry. Like the guy making, they had, this was early on, they had chips with like chunks of hash on them, potato chips. Yes. And you would eat one chip and be like, I'm going to bed now. It was wild. This shit was unregulated. But now, I mean, you like unregulated shit? Here we go. Right?
Yeah.
How many milligrams? Not sure. Put 10 on there. Oh, whoops. Whatever. It should be regulated. But my point is, once you start telling them that there's $8 billion in revenue, and that was just the first 3 months, and when other people catch wind of it, they will be coming to hang out here to smoke. And if you look at Colorado, we were looking at the interactive map last night on Logan Phillips' website, pollster Logan Phillips. Colorado is leaning blue. It's not 100. It probably should be. They have Harris winning by like 90% so it's like, come on, that should be solid blue.
Winning by 90.
I forget what it was.
So like Kamala's going to get like 97.
She's gonna win Colorado, but they have Lauren Boeberts there. Do you know what I mean? It's not purely liberal. It hasn't turned into Amsterdam where everyone's like blazed out of their mind. They kind of are. If you drive around, you're like, wow, everyone's driving like shit. They must be stoned out of their minds. But like, it's not the woke revolution that they would be, fearful of. Wrongly so, but fearful of. So anyway, there's a lot of money to be made in that shit. It's a real big business.
I have
farming, agriculture. It's everything.
I'm enjoying this enough that I want to offer something for us to do, and it's weird enough that let's have no offense if the answer is no. One of us pitches a leftist policy. The other two have to give their best pitch to a right winger for it, and whoever pitched came up with said the policy, they decide who won. Do you want to do a quick round of that?
Oh wow! I was gonna say
because you guys just did it.
I'm in,
and it was pretty damn good.
I don't want to have to be the guy that comes up with the pitch. I want to come up with a policy.
All right.
And it doesn't have to be specific. It can be like universal basic income or universal health care.
Do that. Universal basic income.
Ooh, okay. You want to go first, Andrea, or shall I?
Nope.
Okay. No, all right. Universal basic income, pitching a right winger. If you're a right winger, you are a capitalist. If you are a capitalist, you require customers. Right now, the customer class of the United States is hemorrhaging money. They are paying people who are already well and truly rich. The customer class owes their ass to healthcare, and they don't have a lot of free income. That means there's not a lot of innovation happening. Universal basic income, control of your destiny. That is essentially what it is. You do a universal basic income, as in it's not welfare, but it is the minimum standard of living that all Americans can expect. That means all of your customers, all of your potential customers are at a minimum able to afford a certain amount of things. It's just good for the economy, plain and simple. Universal basic income.
Right winger doesn't care about the economy.
They don't care about the economy.
Are you talking about voters?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's who we're pitching.
The politicians don't give a fuck about that.
No, the politicians don't.
Yeah. Okay. No, yeah. Cool. That totally.
The economy.
I was like, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. He's losing. And then I was like, oh, I'm a voter. Okay.
All right.
Boom.
Because I think most populist people who back populist candidates, I think they're secretly or just unwittingly progressive.
Yeah, they're just too dumb to realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you rent a home to somebody? Do you sell sandwiches? All that. Your customers get more money to spend at your place.
You ready for my pitch?
I'm ready.
Hold on.
Oh.
What is this? Is this?
Ooh, burn.
Is that what that is?
That's the sound drop you got.
But it comes in handy. Okay, go, Andrea.
All right. So we're both right wingers here. Right? You hate the Mexicans. So do I. They're all rapists, let's be honest. All right.
They're coming for our jobs.
But what's worse than a rapist coming from fucking L whatever, What's worse than those guys? The homeless. Get a job. Am I right? These fucking guys, they're stinking up the streets. They're dripping their drugs all over this. It smells like shit. You know, you're trying to walk to the fucking neighborhood bakery and you see some guy who lost a leg in 3 wars ago. Put that thing away, buddy. Am I right, people? We all hate him. So if we had universal basic income, shit fucker peg leg, he could get a real prosthetic. All right. He wouldn't be on the street anymore. You wouldn't have to smell his dirty diapers when you're walking to the neighborhood bakery. So we all hate homeless people. Let's get rid of them. Universal basic income, it throws them in the projects at the very least. You know, you're not going through the projects every day. You're not going through the low income housing, right? It throws them in there. You don't have to see them anymore. Vote for Comrade Kamala. Thank you.
Okay, now I'm the right winger.
Yeah.
I'm just using sound drops. Okay.
All right, pick the winner. Don't spare feelings.
Okay.
By the way,
good.
all of that, you can feel free to clip it out of context. Just credit me.
Yours
You know,
is damn good, frankly.
You said immigration. And right wingers have made arguments for that I know personally have made arguments for just give them a pathway to citizenship. Just, and it's like, get them to vote for our guys. Get them to have a job. Get them to pass all the tests. If they just come in here and sneak around and start living with their family and they're off the radar and they're not paying any taxes, that's real bad. But if you get more people in here paying their taxes, doing their part, that's really all they want.
When Andrea was going that route, here's what I thought you were gonna turn it to a national pride thing. And I was like, shit, that's super effective. Like you were to say, like, what if all Americans had a certain guaranteed standard of whatever? Wouldn't it be good to be able to compare ourselves to, like, the nationalist route, basically? Like, wouldn't you want to compare yourself to an immigrant and know that you, the U.S. citizen, has a certain, I wasn't sure how it was gonna.
That's
land,
not bad.
but
I should have gone that way. I went to old peg leg instead. Which,
well,
hey, you know,
you appealed to right wing from a different angle, which I think was actually bizarrely effective. Which is where you were like, "Hey, you're evil, right? We're both evil."
Yeah, when you said that, I was like,
I was. God damn, that was good. You got to pick a winner, man. Who's did the best pitch to right wingers for a UBI?
oh yeah, I mean,
let's let the audience pick.
that's tough. Yeah, who is best? I mean, it's tough for me because one was more like white collar and one was more blue collar, I think.
Wait, you got the audience from the Vanguard. Let's do a poll on this shit then.
Oh, okay.
Are they like? I mean, they left like fucking 6 hours ago. I didn't know.
I got a lot of people watching.
Genuinely, if it was down to just us, I'd keep the call going.
Oh yeah, this is pretty
I
good.
enjoy this so much, man.
I'm tempted. I've been tempted to get another beer for the last hour, but now I think I've missed my chance.
Okay. Best UBI pitch.
Why? Is there like a Minotaur patrolling?
Well, I
your
mean,
hall?
I don't want to start drinking a beer and then like you guys leave in 10 minutes, you know, then I'm stuck here with like 75% of a beer and got nothing to do at 1 a.m. Like,
I'll do
Jake,
one more round of this for sure. Go ahead. Yeah.
Jake,
all right,
yours
let me go
was,
get this beer then.
Jake, yours was good for people who are like, there's people who care about the economy, and then there's the rest of the conservative voters who are, you know, quote unquote conservative, who are like, look at the gas prices. You know what I mean? I think Andrea's appealed more to them, whereas yours appealed to people who actually look at the economy in terms of, you know, inflation prices and jobs numbers and stuff like that. So I think that, yeah, I don't know. I'm split. Let's see. What's the poll? Ooh, Andrea.
And I want to say,
60%.
I'm gonna arbitrarily say the poll is only to help inform Matt. You can defer to the poll if you choose, but you can also override it. You can veto it.
Is this Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Is that what we're doing?
Oh, I need that cracking a can of beer sound effect. That's good. That should go on the soundboard.
Yeah, feel free to use it.
That was good.
Crack.
I want that.
I always like to open it as close to the mic as possible, but like not mention it or show it in any way. Just, that's something I've been doing for years.
All right, we got Andrea with 64%.
That's not bad.
Wins.
That's not bad. I like this game. Early. I like this game. Let's play it again.
It's good. Can I toss out one additional potential rule? If you win by 80% or more, it's a fatality.
Oh, geez. Okay. Okay. How about this?
Interesting.
I don't know. I want to just throw out a topic, not necessarily a policy. I don't know if it could be a policy.
And we're supposed to convince.
Can you do topics?
Not a fellow, but
you pitch it to conservatives or Republicans in a way that,
but like in a persuasive way, like we're trying to persuade them. Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say trans athletes.
I see what you're saying.
Like, can you make a case for that to a conservative in a way that they would be like, never thought of it that way? No, I'm in.
Absolutely.
I don't see it, but can you?
Yeah.
You want to go first again, or should I go first?
We don't have to do this one, but that's what I thought of the first time too.
Let's let Jake go first.
I think winner has to have the disadvantage of going first.
Okay. All right.
So I don't think you can make this case to most lefties.
Now that's
I
true.
think there's a lot of leftists out there who are some people go, what, you'd have to redo the rules of football. And I'm like, yeah, fuck current football. It hasn't evolved at all. Get rid of it, redo it. I don't care. But then I'm not a football fan. So anyway, go ahead.
All right. So we all know. Okay, we all know. Men are better than women. Every way, shape, form. Let's be honest here. Women fucking suck dick. And let's be honest too. They're not even that good at that. Men are better anyway. So with that out of the way, women suck, men rule. All right. Now, when you really think about it, let's be honest here, right? We're all guys here. We're all chilling. Isn't it great when you just see a woman just getting her shit rocked? Isn't it just something about it? Something primal, something masculine, an urge inside of your, like inner being, your inner caveman. This is what your genes were made for. Don't you really enjoy witnessing? It's like when people, like they watch action movies because they want to be part of the action. It's like when people are watching porn because they want to be part of the porn. They want to fuck all the hot people. That's like watching trans sports. You're yearning for the domestic violence, but it's illegal in most places. They're trying to ban, they're trying to have no fault divorce, and you're allowed to just leave someone, take 50%, take the wife or take the kids, take the car. You don't even lay a hand on. So don't you just want to act out that fantasy? Watch it on TV. Watch a man beat the shit out of a woman. Make America great again. We used to be able to get away with it in the 50s.
Damn. I can't tell you how many times I would have just walked away from whoever was saying that. I'd be like, I think I just lost my hearing. Bye. I might be rude to just turn around and walk away like you're not talking, but that's
just to be clear. I just want to be clear.
Now.
As a trans American, I can say all that. It is illegal.
No, we're just playing game. That's fine. It's fair.
Look, don't you just want to see a lady get blasted on a football field? Oh my God. Wait, they need to reintroduce summoning and magic casting to modern football. No joke. I can't take credit for this. A buddy of mine wanted to combine LARPing and rugby once, and I thought it was a bad idea then. And years have passed, and about once a month, I think about it again. I'm like, I would watch that. I'd love it. Oh yeah.
I used to do a show called The Liberty Loop. in 2020 during the election, and I would just wear a MAGA hat and do like a right-wing voice. And I still randomly get people commenting on those videos. They're like 4 years old. And then they leave a comment. Oh, I never seen a video so good. And then they leave a comment on my most recent video. What happened to the MAGA? I thought you were MAGA. What happened? This happens to me like every couple months or so.
Let's all do like an evil left past 10 and do like an evil right wing show. Like we'll all pick a right wing avatar to be like.
Yeah, I'm down to get like a KKK hood, swastika armband. You know, let's do it.
Jordan Peterson it.
Wear the like the 7-color suit or whatever.
We're not doing that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Matt's just like, I don't want to be a part of this.
I might be illegal, but what do you think, Jay? Can you pitch that?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's keep in mind,
ladies.
Jay, a cisgender person, very limited in their approach here. Just keep this in mind. All right, go.
We all want to see violence against women. Look, competitors shouldn't be afraid of nothing. Should we let people who are assigned a gender at birth compete in a different gender's competition? I say let the hormones decide. Whatever your hormone count is, regardless. This is a terrible pitch, and I don't actually believe it's starting again.
Let the hormones decide, as in when that bitch gets beaten down, she's gonna moan for her life.
I knew you were gonna gig me.
You know what? You gotta use the Bible somehow. I don't know.
Right.
I don't think
this
is.
I don't think a lot of the younger conservatives. I don't think they're really into the Bible shit as much. I don't know.
I genuinely think there's a right-wing case to be made here. If you believe in merit, you should not worry about what's going on in the underwear of your competition. I say make a girls' league and let anybody who looks and presents like a girl in it. Make a boys' league. Anybody who looks and presents like a boy in it. And then make a real league. Make the league everybody cares about. The one with no restrictions at all. I'll tell you.
Also known as the one with no women.
Oh, no. In the great state of Michigan, we got a fucking defensive line football player lady plays on the boys' team. Not a trans lady, just a lady who can tackle. We got a lady wrestler who's wrestling the guys. I don't give a shit. I'm saying you make a league of actual, factual competitors, no restrictions, but you keep the other leagues as well. And you don't fiddle around with people's genitals. You do a simple health inspection that we've always done. Are you fit enough to compete? The answer is yes, you're in. And you don't be a little wussy who's worried about whether your competition was born this or that.
This is interesting that you both cut right to. I know when conservatives say it's a guy with a wig and a dress, saying he's a girl now is bullshit. And what you're really concerned with is women's rights or not having rights. I find it very interesting. You both cut right to that.
Well, we're trying to pitch here. You got to meet them where they are.
Gun control.
Well, you got to decide who won.
Oh,
you don't even have to ask the audience.
Oh, Andrea won that one. Are you kidding me? That was pretty sincere sounding.
Yeah.
If you clipped it, no one would be the one.
Again, just credit me. That's all I ask. Put my name in the title, and I'll be good to go.
Andrea, right-wing cash grab.
Best takes compilation.
Could you do gun control? Make that the last one?
Absolutely. You want to start or shall I?
Is it gun control or gun reform? Because I would immediately address the wording.
Control.
Phrasing.
Look.
Okay, I mean, that's a loser right away. So, yeah, how would you do
I want
that?
the hard version.
Yeah, how would you do that?
God damn it, let's do it. Are you a gun owner? Are you someone who can be trusted with a firearm?
Or are you a pussy?
Good for you. you then understand the basics of what a person needs to do with a firearm. There are those among us who are too irresponsible to be trusted with a firearm. Just like there are those among us who are too irresponsible to be allowed behind the wheel of a car. The people who are causing the most risk to your right to own a gun at all are irresponsible gun owners. I would point you to the Comics Code Authority back in the day. What did they do? Well, people were concerned that comics were bad for folks. And so what did the comics publishers do? They got together and they agreed amongst themselves on a certain set of standards that they would choose to implement. That's all we're asking for now. Defend your right to own a gun at all by insisting that someone who is irresponsible with a gun is not allowed to have it because they are not you. You're next.
No. Fuck that. No.
I nailed it. I nailed it.
No.
But no, go ahead. Let's see this.
If you control guns at all, only the crazy people will have them illegally. I fall back on that every single time.
Fair enough.
All right. You ready for this one? So gun control. Is that what we're doing here?
Mm-hmm.
Gun control.
Pitch it to a right winger.
Gun control. All right. Is this thing on?
It is.
What?
Oh, that's great. Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Is this
Gonna
the
be
pitch?
talking about? No, this is. I'm getting ready for the pitch. I'm just oiling up my glove and polishing it off, getting ready to pitch. All right. Oh, nice guns. Wouldn't it be a shame if someone tried to control those guns? All right, gun control. All right, let's go. So we all know the Democrats are going to rig the next election. They rigged the last one.
Sure.
And they're going to rig the next one. All right, we all know what's going to happen. And what's going to happen is they're going to find some excuse. Some other trans shooter is going to go to kindergarten and mow down the kids. Whatever happened last time. You know what I'm saying, right? They're going to find some excuse. They're going to ban the guns. And then they're going to claim it's the white males. Oh, look at these white males. All the Trump voters are not going to have guns. So what I think we should do is we should all buy guns, 3D print guns, get as much ammo as you can, and then let the communists into office. Let them do gun control. They'll come by our house. They'll do the gun buybacks. We'll give them our legally purchased guns, a couple of them, but they won't know about all of them. So we'll let them do gun control. This is my pitch to you. Let them do gun control. 10 years, 20 years. They take all the guns away from all the liberals that are like, oh, we don't need guns. Please take my guns. Take my guns, sir. Take my guns. Thank you, comrade. Take my guns. And then once all the liberals give up their guns, we got our secret stash in the basement. And that is when we retake America. So that's why you should vote for gun control.
I mean, I basically think Andrea is proof that the political spectrum is a horseshoe. Just like hop over to the right side, hop back over to the left. It's pretty good.
I got to tell you, this is the first of the three that I'm confident in. I think I got this one. I want to look. Yours was funnier, certainly, but if you want to talk about persuasive, I feel like I nailed this one.
Well, once you brought up the guns, I feel like at that point, it's a pretty good convincing argument.
Let's see. Hold on.
Never mind.
Pull in my
Kentucky
chat.
Flintlock and a French dueling pistol, and the French dueling pistol is the left-handed one. That hurts.
Of course.
Because I'm already coming at you with a Michigan left. I don't like that the Frenchie is the.
It's just not good for anybody.
We have such a biased audience over here. I'm sorry, Jake.
Oh no!
I'm not sure this is fair.
What did I get? Was it 80%? Can I get a fatality?
No, it's 60-40. This is what it was the first time.
That's the
think
thing.
we'll
It's
get
just
over
like,
80.
oh, Joe Biden gets out, Harris gets in, and the polls don't budge. All you guys, like, you already made up your mind a long time ago. Give me.
I think we can all agree this has been a travesty.
Yeah. And this is a good,
I like this
is a
game.
good game. Yeah, we should think about this for next week too.
Hell yeah, man.
I would like to get some of our guests to be doing what I'm doing, and then we could clip them and then make a compilation of all of our guests saying a bunch of right-wing shit.
Really anti-trans.
You know, it would actually be interesting to pitch healthcare, because that's something that everyone's like, oh, Trump is going to do healthcare. It's going to be big and beautiful healthcare. No details.
Big and beautiful. That's true.
Yeah.
But apparently they're waiting on it. They just didn't like quote unquote
BBH
Obamacare
healthcare.
because he was black, right? So like,
I'll take white care.
Why would it
Yeah,
be
universal
any fucking
healthcare.
different?
You know, hey, buddy, universal healthcare. The only people that we care about in our universe. All we got to do is create a universe where it's only our people. Universal healthcare. Am I right, people? Vote Trump.
It'd be really okay. So I always go back to this. That's a good one. I always go back to this where there was a guy just so distraught over healthcare bills, doctor bills in Walmart, in the aisle of Walmart, that he was just talking
He's just
to me,
freaking
a
the fuck
perfect
out in
stranger.
Walmart.
He got
Like,
off
imagine,
the phone.
but like this guy's like entire life probably has just been nonstop to the point where it leaks out. Like he blows a gasket in Walmart. He can't help himself. He can't store it in anymore.
He got off the phone. It was bad news about a bill. He looks at me and he goes, these doctors taking everything. And I said, look, don't you think, like right now, you look at your paycheck and you have your taxes taken out and your health care taken out, your benefits. Don't you think it would be better if your taxes were a little higher, but you didn't have any benefits to pay for in your paycheck? And then when you go to the doctor, you don't even have to pay like a copay, right? And he was like, yeah, why aren't they doing that? And I was like, it's called universal health care. It's a thing that people talk about a lot, but they don't talk about it in those terms. They talk about it in terms of people getting a handout. And that's not what it is. We're all on the same plan. And the more young people you have on the plan, the easier it is for the older folks who need it, or the sick people, or the people who are in an accident, to get the care they need without going broke. And in that moment, the guy was just like mind blown. And I always talk about that because it very well could be just like a total conservative right-wing Republican voter. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's just like an older white guy in South Carolina, in Greenwood, South Carolina. I mean, come on. It's pretty odds are in the favor that he is what I just described. But look at when you just describe it that way, it's like, oh, my taxes go, like Jake Tapper said to AOC that one time. He's like, why are you trying to raise my taxes? Well, first of all, fucker, you can pay for it. And your taxes are not equivalent to what other people pay who make less than you in income. But your taxes go up, but the rest of that money, those deductions from your paycheck, go away. It's stop lying about it. It's a lie at that point. Yeah. But like when you describe it that way, people are like, duh. And how many times have you been at your fucking job when they say, oh, it's time to have the healthcare provider come in? Here comes a rep. And he goes, sorry, your coworkers used the plan, so your rates are going to go up now. Shouldn't have used it. Sorry. Oh, well, in universal healthcare, we have so many, like at 18, you get to log on to this shit, or as soon as you're off your parents' plan, you become part of this. All those healthy people not using it, that makes it so much affordable for everybody else.
Let me give some rare credit to MAGA. They have demonstrated that.
Do we have, look, you don't even have to do this. You don't have to do that.
If we want to give some credit to Adolf, I think he had some really nice speeches.
Hey, he at least killed Hitler. But
that's true. That's true.
The thing they've demonstrated is that they can make their representatives do stuff that's totally contrary to what their representatives said they were all about. So if we can convince these people to call up their representatives and be like,
do you have an example? Listen, just curious.
Oh God! Like they were like the Muslim ban. There was Republicans that were saying like, I would never vote for such a thing. I believe in blah 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 blah. And then Trump came out and they were like, yeah, I'm all for it. I think it's a good idea. Okay,
I don't know. Was that their? I'm not trying to like nitpick, but was that
no,
MAGA
remember,
voters doing that, or
it
who are you
was
saying?
it was the
who are you
rabid
giving
support.
credit to for what?
I'm giving MAGA credit for
Who's MAGA?
pushing their representatives at all. And I don't like that they pushed their representatives way far to the right. I don't like that they...
I don't think the voters had shit to do with that. I thought Trump just was like...
Oh, all right.
Muslim
How about
ban.
this? Lindsey Graham. Remember Lindsey Graham coming back from the airport after...
I try not to.
He spoke out against Trump. He said, I've had enough.
Oh, you think that
and
was his voters? I thought they all just got on board. I mean, Ted Cruz is sitting there phone banking for him after
after January 6th, Lindsey Graham, tears in his eyes, comes up in front of the podium. He says, look, I know I've been on board, but I've had enough.
You think that was the base that did that?
No, that wasn't the base. That was Lindsey Graham saying, I'm going against Trump now. And then he flies out of D.C. He returns home. He gets in the airport and he's surrounded by Trump voters and they're booing him. And the next day, Lindsey Graham comes out and says, I'm back on board with Trump.
See, that's the shit I don't want to happen with what I was saying about progressive policy. I don't like that.
They have demonstrated an ability to control their politicians.
I want us to just elect people who do the right fucking thing. That we don't need them to flip-flop like that out of fear. You know, I'm going to lose my
all right, I disagree with that as well.
Government.
But regardless of
really
what we
loud.
do.
Holy shit.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry. I thought it was... Never mind. Regardless of what we do, nonetheless, they have demonstrated what they can do with their politicians. As long as that's the case, I say we convince MAGA districts one at a time to the best of our ability to get on board with some of this stuff and take advantage of the fact that they don't actually believe in anything. You've demonstrated, at least on a one-on-one basis, that you can convince one guy that universal health care, a very left policy, is in his best interest. If we combine that, your ability to do that with their ability to move their politicians, that means we can get right-wing politicians voting for left-wing stuff because they're just trying to preserve their power. And I think there is a genuine path there. I don't know, but I think.
Maybe.
I just hate any sentence that begins with, we can give MAGA credit for.
Well, one thing I would like to give
Yeah.
Adolf Hitler a big shout out.
Never
for.
have to do that. You could just explain the tactic without saying what we have to give MAGA credit for, because I just cannot.
You know, Benito, what was his name? Who
I
cares?
understand.
He had a bunch of really good ideas, and one of them had to do with trains.
One thing
Romans
give-
became the best military in the world for their time by learning from their enemies.
So
and
this what
adapting
I'm
those
saying
policies
is
that
like,
work.
yay war, I guess. I don't know. Like, what are we fuck that? What are we giving the credit? But you could say one thing we have to give blank credit for, and just think of all the horrible shit you could put in there. But it does make a point. But instead of saying that, you could just make the point. You know what I mean?
One thing I got to give John Gacy credit for, really good at utilizing a small amount of storage space to the best.
An innovator, really, ahead of his time.
Ed Gein, very handy with home decoration.
People do this in a way that I find very irritating when they go, I have to give Marjorie Taylor Greene credit. And it's like, no, you fucking don't. Somebody does.
I'd rather give Marjorie Taylor Greene some debit.
They do all this horrible stuff. And then there's one. Wow. And then there's one. That stopped me. But then there's this one thing they did.
There's a little bit
of
a delayed reaction there.
I still understand why we have just stop trying to find a way to insert the worst of us into the conversation at all, unless it's criticism. You know what I mean?
Letterhag is just triggered as fuck today. I got yelled at in my underground secret art studio.
I didn't get yelled at
in the middle of the desert by some Jesus Jehovah. And he was and then you got on the show, and now you're like this.
I would agree with you, except that we lost an election to them. We've lost several elections.
We lost. Well, first of all, who is we? I mean, I'm not.
Who the
I'm
fuck
not a
is
team.
we?
I'm not part of the
what I'm
team here,
saying,
buddy.
like,
rational human beings.
All right. All right.
Look, there's a lot of factors that go into that. You cannot say that it was. I mean,
we also can't pretend like
the primaries were fucking rigged.
You don't have to love
I'm not saying I'm not going to say how
you
we lost.
shocked the nation.
If Bernie would have won, so we didn't lose the election, it was stolen. I mean, that was legit bullshit that went down. We can't say we lost the election. Now we need to rely on MAGA tactics.
Would you possibly say that it was a stolen election, a rigged election? And then also, would you say, Matt, that we won by a lot?
I'm using those terms on purpose because this is a time when it should have been an outrage to people it was.
Would you say though that Bernie won by a lot?
No, we went on to adopt the notion that we lost an election when we didn't lose an election. This is why the system sucks, because of how they operate. We just quickly flip it to, oh, we lost the election. No, we didn't lose shit.
Oh, this is also a 2000, but
Trump was the Bernie of the Republican Party.
That's what I'm saying. Populist candidates are just, or people who support the populist candidates can be persuaded to be progressives. That's why we started playing the game. Pitch your policy, right? That's how we just came full circle.
Absolutely.
So agree.
I'm going to leave it.
That's where we agree.
All right, Jake, I want to hear your pitch to a right winger. Donald Trump,
female president,
is not only is Donald Trump a female president, but Donald Trump is also Putin's puppet, and there is a P-tape, and that there are Russian bot farms that controlled the election in 2016. Convince a right winger now.
Go ahead, Matt, if you got something. But
I'm not playing.
Nope, this is all Jake. Right. This is the solo round.
I would need that repeated anyway.
I think this game works best if it's only policy you genuinely believe. So I'm not going to say the female thing because I don't want to insult a whole gender here. He is not that. The other stuff, though, I 100% do believe, and I will.
You believe
so
P-tape.
Donald Trump, Putin puppet, you don't have to look very hard for that. This little punk went up in front of the press with Putin standing right by him, and he disagreed with what the U.S. military told him happened when U.S. military service members got attacked by the Ruskies. You don't do that unless this guy's got something on you. P-tape, yeah, Trump's a little weirdo. I'm sure he got pissed on. The point being, Trump is not your friend. He's not anybody's friend. He doesn't give about anyone. And he salivates over Putin's so hard, it's pathetic.
Did you say that again?
He salivates over Putin's so hard, it's pathetic. He's slobbering over that thing.
What are we're pitching all of that corrupt stuff as if it's not?
No, we're pitching that to right wingers. So we're trying to convince them that this is so. No, we're trying to convince them that this is true. I just say, look at the way he behaves. Okay, cool. All right, you're up next. I say, look at the way he behaves around Putin. Look at the fact that when Putin says the key word, Trump presents his rump for him.
Would you say T-rump if you were to spell it and capitalize it in a certain way?
I actually
would you capitalize it that way?
Very clever. I wouldn't. No, I just think look at the history of his behavior around this guy, and you see someone who is, frankly, subservient to another world leader. I think that's an embarrassment on our part, and I don't think that happens if you're the leader of the most powerful country on earth, which I don't happen to like the way we got there, but it's a fact we're there. If you're the leader of the most powerful country on earth, you don't act like that. to the leader of a country that can't win a war against, I'm sorry, Slava Ukraini, but Ukraine, unless that dude's got something on you. And I think it's a piss take. Matt?
I'm just typing Clyburn via Obama. Okay.
I can vamp a little more. Doesn't he also look like a guy that likes to get pissed on?
Look, if you had that much money, you would do some pretty crazy shit too. That's just the lifestyle they live. But here's the thing. You better shut the fuck up about it because we need that wall. That's
Wait,
what I
are
would
you
say.
the goal is to convince them that these things are true.
Yeah.
Okay, well, fair enough. That was pretty effective.
Fucking true. It's all true. Why? Of
But
course it's true. Who cares?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up and build a wall, man.
Oh,
That's exactly how you would do that. And anyone in their right mind, if anyone is sitting there arguing, Trump would never do that. And it's like, how do you know, dude? You don't have that much money. Come on. The guy's a rock star. Kidding me? They have crazy lifestyles. Now shut the fuck up. Get the wall in the Supreme Court. Are you fucking kidding me?
What is this
They're
like
emptying-
anger? This
They're emptying
genuine
asylums
rage.
and prisons to come over
Hannibal
here and take
Lecter's
all the
marching
jobs.
through the border.
No, shut up. Build a wall. That's how.
Here's where I think.
And
the
everyone's
rub
like,
has
okay,
to
it's
be.
like they're gonna take our guns. Who cares what he did? It's cool. It's actually pretty awesome.
I
You can
want
live
Austin.
vicariously through him. Have you never thought about getting peed on? He actually did it. You can just kind of like imagine what it's like because he's so in the public eye. We might as well be him. Now shut up
I think
and get
I
Trump
think
hair.
you've got to stick, at least in future rounds. You've got to stick
Let's see who won.
to
Hold
things
on.
you genuinely believe. I think the challenge here is to convince right wingers
Oh.
of things you believe.
I do believe that. What are you talking about? Of course he did that shit. He's a rock star. What do you mean? Look at that lifestyle. You don't know what it's like. You don't have that money. I do. That's actually what I believe.
All right, and Putin puppet.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's
you're so fucking right about this. It's
They're
just
in
to
the s-
agree and to say
they're
it's
on
a
the
good
same
thing.
level. What are you talking about? They're the people
damn.
do shit. Look, once you have all that money, you change. It changes you. Does it not? That's what we always talk about, the swamp and all that. At least these guys are having a good time, and at least they're making deals that suit. We need Russia on our side.
Oh.
Do we not?
But do you actually believe that we need Russia on our side?
We need everyone on our side. We need to come to the table and agree on certain things to put
A
an
really
end
good
to-
point. Yeah,
I
we do
mean-
need
God
everyone
damn.
on our side. That's such a good point. I never thought of it that way.
Hold on. Let's see if I broke 80. Hold on.
That's good. Yeah, it's a fatality if you did.
I doubt it.
Fucking vote for the wall. Get the fucking line and vote for the goddamn wall.
Now shut up. Get the Supreme Court.
Don't you fucking say this to anybody else.
I love that Matt's strategy is just be like, yeah, of course he did. Now shut up.
You would too.
Build that wall. Obviously,
man.
yes. You have $1 billion. I'm sure he had someone pee directly in his mouth. Obviously.
I'm sure he
shut
had
the
someone
fuck up.
pee into both of his nostrils at the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
You would
You
buy
ever,
a zoo?
you ever get in a bath and you turn your head either way until all the bubbles pop out of your ears?
I'm not
You did
going to
that with
finish what I
Hookah
was
Piss.
just saying. I'll just leave it at you would buy a zoo. I'm not going to finish that.
What the fuck?
You think
Yeah,
the
I
weirdest
mean-
thing Trump's done is have a human prostitute pee on him? No.
Oh yeah.
Grow up.
Oh, I mean, seriously,
This is
it's
such a
like
good technique. You
the
just out,
Lolita-
you run at it.
Epstein Island. They were all on it.
Oh,
He's
You're
not
right,
the
actually.
only one that was on the plane that didn't see it through. They all did it.
Did y'all see Trump on fucking
But he's better.
that
now.
weird like pencil neck nerd losers podcast? And he was asked about Epstein. I don't think anyone's
No.
asked Trump about Epstein before, but
holy
Trump
shit.
was
no, I
like-
didn't.
Oh, Theo
was-
Vaughn.
well, the loser who
The mullet.
interviewed him is he's a fucking like
Theo
he's got the
Vaughn, yeah.
IQ of like a fucking
He wants to be
fruit.
Joe Rogan so bad, I think.
yeah, it's really bad. Anyway, so we asked him, I'm like, how do you feel about like Epstein, man? It's like crazy that like Epstein's like so powerful, man. It's like, the dumbest thing in the world. Not like, hey, buddy, you were on Epstein's plane like 28,000 times. You wanna talk about that? But there's just the way Trump responds to the Epstein thing is really funny. I would love it if you brought up like just a clip of that. I don't have a clip on mine.
Yeah.
67,
but just like listening to him, like
33. Not bad.
listening to him like react to like, yeah, well, I was never on that plane. I was never on the island. And fortunately, I was never on that island. Lots of people ended up there, but unfortunately for them, and fortunately for me, I was never there. But like he's been documented to be there. But it's just, it blew my mind. It's really good. Like, I love Trump. I don't know what else to tell you. Just the way he talks about shit is amazing.
I mean, look, if it wasn't the threat that it was, we would all be like, he is fucking hilarious.
I know.
But when
that's
when I hear people
how
say
actually scary he is, man. But like at the same time, dude, the fucking guy is so funny. The guy is so funny. Just the way he talks.
Scary is because everyone takes him serious. No, but look,
I was just real quick. Let me go on. I'm drunk now. But like, let me go on my little. So I was watching this fucking podcast of this fucking guy with like, he's trying to be in the fucking U.S. Army with this haircut he's got on. Like, what are you doing, bro? And like, this guy asked him, like, do you ever regret the things you tweet? Like, first of all, you got a president of the United States, and you're asking him, you ever regret your tweets? But then Donald Trump is like, sometimes, but mostly I don't regret them. And it's like, how can you not love this guy, man? He's so funny.
There's an old
and the
clip.
answer to that question, real quick, just how can you not love him? Because he's a fucking Adolf Hitler wannabe. That's how you can not love him. That's a really easy reason.
He'll do anything. He's got no reason. But there's an old clip from the Ali G show. Sacha Baron Cohen had this show, the Ali G show. Do you know this?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to pitch an invention to people who like would fund it. Would fund his invention. So he's going to like business people. The invention is a glove you wear when eating an ice cream cone for when it melts, gets on your glove. You remember this? And so he's pitching it to Trump, and he's doing it in a way, and this is way before political ambitions. I think they were always threatening, are you going to run? I might run. And then he wouldn't. But he said, you're eating ice cream. It starts to melt. What do you do? And Trump goes, invent ice cream that doesn't melt. And he's like, wait, do you already have that idea? Because he realizes, like, holy shit, that's what I should be doing, And he's playing characters.
That's dumber than the glove.
Yeah. And so anyway, it's just like Trump was really good for that kind of stuff where it's like, oh, he's dumb. We get it. No big deal. He should be paying more taxes, but that was the worst of it.
Yeah.
And now it's like, I don't care if you start a casino and fail. Doesn't matter to me. If you want to be president and run shit, that's a problem. But like
ice cream that doesn't melt.
It's just funny the way Ali G's like
amazing. How come no one ever thought of that before Donald Trump?
That already? And then Trump, I think, ends the interview with like, anyway, thank you. Goodbye, folks. And he like gets up and walked out like it's a waste of his time. Just like a total
I just came up with something much better.
He's like, I made you all look dumb. Nah, I'm walking out on a high note.
Yeah. He stormed out of that interview like he's never felt better. He's never left an interview on a higher note than that.
Right. Okay, guys. 1:51 a.m. on the East Coast. Happy Thursday, folks.
Didn't we do like a 5,000 hour long show last week too?
I think we're just on a roll.
Yeah, last week was pretty lengthy.
And this week was girthy, so.
Oh boy.
I'm a child. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Last week was 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 1 second.
Yo!
You want to go to the record?
It would be a shame.
20 minutes here. Like we could go for it. It would be a shame
not to. Actually, the record is way longer than that.
That's true. That's true. I don't know if that one counts because that was an accident.
I think.
Yeah.
When was that? That was only 4 hours, 40 minutes, and 10 seconds.
We'll try to beat that. another week on Left Past 10.
Next week on Left Past 10.
Here, let's see something. Let me see.
He's going to try to suck us back in with interesting content, and it'll probably work.
No, I was just adding up how many new subs I've had in the last 24 hours.
Oh, you sassy.
From my majority beef.
How about you fucking share these subs, these so-called subs?
Yeah, let's wet our beak.
I prefer to call them hoagies personally, but how about you share some?
How?
Blackmail.
Give me a shout out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just Andrew.
Hey, everybody, watch Above It All, the Andrea Vervinsky show.
No, I haven't done that in like 2 months though. So,
I mean,
just tell them to watch Left Past 10. Oh, here we Joe Biden. Oh God. Oh, hey, how's it going? How's
I love that story.
It's
I
the
fucking
show
miss
we're
that
doing.
so much.
The show.
God, I miss that. I miss sitting
The show.
at my fucking desk with my work here.
I like
and a
how Joe
window
Biden is
here,
perfectly like in the corner there.
and it's just the screen starting soon. Some weird fucking title. Dumb bitch does the news, or some crazy or super hot chick does dumb news, or some great title, and then I forget what time it is, and I'm focused on work, and I hear this do 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 do, and that the pandemic sucked, but that was great. That was so good. The mornings, it was just like, well, I'm awake. And it was like Andrea would come on and just start the craziest shit. And then all of a sudden you would just be like, oh my God, I thought I was awake. I've been at work for hours and now I'm like wide awake. I was shocked into the day every day. It was so good.
I don't know about that one.
It was awesome. And then January 6th happened. Andrea was just sitting there the whole time. It was so good.
I want to go rewatch that at some point. I feel like
we should
I had to
rewatch it on the
upload.
show, man.
I had to upload my January 6th footage to fucking a crypto website, one of the free speech websites, because YouTube
they'll
keeps
take us
deleting all the January 6th bull.
Holy shit.
But
somewhere out there, Andrea never plays my guitar version of that Google track
motherfucker,
anymore.
that was like the main
I get
version of the
$5
song
for that.
For like
I
a
get
whole...
$5.
Yeah, well, first, fuck you for that one, by the way.
Thanks, dude.
Donald James,
Thanks, Donald.
X, if that is your real name, probably Donald James W.
Thanks, buddy.
Donald James fucking
what you think.
C. Donald James fucking Q with your bullshit. That was like the main intro version for like fucking 5 to 6 months, man. Give me a break.
Here's a oldie. Can anyone see? Hold on. I don't know what I was using that for.
Why am I at the top right all of a sudden? Get me out of here. Put Jake back up here. Excellent. Perfect.
There's probably a better way to do that.
I'm on too many drugs to get used to me being at the top right. I can't do it. We're too far in. It's already too late. No! Every time I try to look at, oh no. Oh God. What was that?
Dumb.
They're dumb!
Oh, jump scare. Oh, jump scare. Oh, Jesus.
That's
fucking
a
goddamn.
pretty good jump scare. I thought I had a better one somewhere. Oh, yeah.
I thought we had no sound drop. Oh, Jesus.
Check this out. Check this out, right? Look at this.
Oh.
2022.
That is the most
2024
Matt I've ever seen.
This is Colorado, baby.
I know, but it's still the most South Carolina. Even with the Colorado sign directly behind you, it's the most South Carolina looking Matt I've ever seen. Oh fuck, that looks like a cool place too.
I made that sign.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Nice. You are, man. All right.
You know what Flynn's is?
I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but you are artistically inclined.
Well, thank you. Do you know what Flynn's is, Andrea? It's the name of the arcade from Tron.
I haven't seen Tron.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't seen the original Tron? You used to say
No.
hello users all the time. You haven't seen Tron? Do you know that's from Tron? Hello users?
I did not know that.
Shit, dude. It's a genuinely good movie. It's one of the few that still holds up. And yeah, it's not like it holds up for different reasons. The
so
sci-fi
quiet.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I
the
mean, it
sci-fi
looks
stuff
good. I just haven't seen it.
Was cool when it came out, but now like the costumes are like, oh shit, that's fun.
That's-
Like it's just flamboyant and
I-
cool, you know?
I thought that was peak Disney.
I didn't even
Disney.
realize it was Disney.
Interesting.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Man, that shit was cool. I think it was Disney.
I think you're
know.
right now that you mention it. It feels right.
It's so quiet the way the cars are just like.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I love that shit.
And
And
also,
throwing the
why do you need
discs.
helmets if you're
It
in your
looks
computer
cool.
programs? Yeah. I mean, that was basically the answer for just about everything in that movie.
Oh, it's the
Why?
rule of
'Cause it's
cool.
Yeah, it
Rule
was
of
awesome.
cool. Speaking of which, the rule of cool.
Oh,
Anyway.
he's kiting us right now. I just
What does that mean?
Ooh.
dragging us
just going
along
through
with content, just
archive.
bit by bit by bit.
I got to get through this fucking. So like every time, I think this is the way StreamYard works. Is like you add a picture to it, and it's just like in the library until you remove it, right? So like you add all these pictures, and then now you're just clicking them
Oh.
randomly.
He left while the slide was up.
Oh,
That's
shit.
awesome. Phantom
the
Jake said.
Fuck. Now I'm in a different spot again.
That was wild. It was like he was there. I put up an image and then he was gone.
Yeah, remember when we were doing Left Past 9? What the fuck was that? That was some crazy shit. I
I'm
don't
not
know how
gonna
we
explain it to
survived
you
that.
again.
That was our dark days. Holy fuck.
I'm not gonna explain it to you again. Yeah. I have I don't know
6.8%.
why.
Not bad.
I don't know why I uploaded this. I don't think I ever showed it. When I was on the Majority Report, I made everyone laugh this one time. And
tell us more about how you made everyone laugh.
I recorded it without audio. I clipped it without audio because I wanted to see the part where everyone was serious. I talked and they all laughed.
And you have that clip right here, and you're gonna show it to us now.
Have I not shown it? Why is it here? I'm just thinking, like, how vain is that? I was doing it to be funny and then never did it. So now it just feels super.
Well, you got to do it now. Show us the clip. Let's go.
Okay, here we go.
Pause it. Pause it. I just wanted to say that. Roll the clip
Okay.
again.
It's funny, right?
Oh, Jesus. And then you start giggling. Hey, guys, what did I do?
Well, that's part of my comedy is to, finish by laughing at myself.
Oh, hey, guys. Oh,
Like,
something
aren't I
funny happened.
charming? So
What are you
I
guys
said
laughing
was-
at?
That's why I said, I don't know if you guys realize this or not, but I have my own YouTube show where I poach all of your casting callers for myself.
That's true. That's
Anyway.
accurate.
We have not beat the record yet. Oh God.
How much longer we got? Like 10 minutes?
No, I think a minute. Anyway, sorry for being triggered on air. I think it was a pretty good show.
Ruined the entire Vanguard show by being triggered.
I think if we
I'm
went,
just kidding.
I think if we went from the Vanguard to pitching conservative policies, it's pretty great. That stuff in between where I was just angry and ranting. Ugh.
No, that was all right. That's what these shows are for. Well, I don't know what these shows are for, but that's one of the reasons.
Yeah,
When are
that
we
could
gonna
be
do
one of
like
the reasons. Yeah.
You got to do like a 1 year greatest hits show where we do like
Yeah, what is
one
that
clip
October?
from every. I don't know when it. We're on 47, right? So
Well, I've done clips
I mean, I'm just saying, like, if we do, this is an idea I had, just like a video with one
Who's
clip
gonna
from
go
all
back?
52 shows.
Are you gonna do that?
No.
Okay,
saying
who's in charge?
I said
of
we
this?
should do that. That obviously means someone else should do it, and I'm giving you the idea.
Oh,
Whenever someone is when there's a group thinking session and someone
Yeah.
says the term "we should do
Okay.
whatever," that means
I'll
I am not
make-
the one doing it.
I'll make a list of timestamps. You send it to Jake. He'll clip them.
Okay, so you make the list. Are you going to send the list to me, or do I just spontaneously?
And then you say,
okay.
And then you say, Jake, here's the list, and then he'll clip them, and then Sandy will give Jake some sort of deadline.
That's a good idea.
That sounds fair.
That's a really good idea.
It's actually most of the work is on my part, but I don't have to be like smooth about it. It's just randomly he'll be like, "Hey, none of these timestamps make any logical sense."
None of them are
Jake,
funny.
they're not supposed to do.
They're not highlights. They're not good moments. I think some of them are just someone burping. I'm not really sure. Anyway. Well, yeah, like okay. Well, here's the thing though. This is the part about having a YouTube show is we can just poach the audience and have them do free labor. So if you want to go watch all the old shows and tell us the greatest hits, and then we can make like a 5-minute monetized video and make money off of all of your effort. But it's okay. We'll give you a free coffee cup. Do you have any coffee cups, Matt? Anyone you can send coffee cup? You know, just for all the effort. Well, we got to give them like a merchandise, you know, like a gift card to our store or something, you know, like we got to give them, you know, because they're so.
Thank you, American Wasp with Dieter McBusiness. Thank you.
Oh, we're doing super chats? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I love that, by the way. Was this part live? I don't know, but like as soon as I showed up, Vanguard was like, "Oh yeah, I know Andrea. She made videos making fun of us a long time ago." That was like the first thing they said to me, and it's true. I did do that. But welcome, Vanguarders. 4 hours in. I don't know if are these old super chats?
Yeah, takes one.
Oh, these are old, so they're not here anymore. Oh fuck.
They might be actually have pretty good numbers right now. But I think that
your numbers are pretty good. Mine are in the fucking gutter.
I think my
numbers are not good numbers. I got Hamas numbers. It's not looking so good.
Oh, wow. I got no comeback. We are on air, by the way.
Oh, are we?
You asked. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I did. I don't remember asking, but
check out this
sure
shirt.
I did. What is that? Oh, fuck.
Old boy.
That movie's crazy. I watched that movie for the second time recently.
The back says, "Let the vengeance begin."
It's good. It's good.
I got a sweater on the back that says "Born Villain," and on the front it says "Rowdy Roddy Piper, 1984," or it might be 83.
Is that a wrestling thing?
See, why is this closet door open?
Nah, see, we're at this part of the show.
That shit was fucking closed this whole time because I almost took my sweater off to hang it up and it was closed.
Some of us here believe in ghosts.
No.
Some of us don't.
I'm just saying this closet door is open now when it was closed the whole show, and now it's open. I don't know when it opened, but it's fucking open.
Notice that we're not seeing any closet door. We didn't see a closet door closed at the start of the show. We didn't see it open
the
now.
Camera around the room.
You're not doing that kind of thing. Like as soon as like you move the camera like a centimeter, like you're gonna see like mold on the walls, like it's J.K. Rowling's fucking den. You know, see that one? You see J.K. Rowling? She's getting like sued out of existence. Like where the fuck is that goddamn bitch?
Hey, I'm here for it. This is the thing. Any sort of like, you know, that mold or whatever to someone in my position, that equals debt. And I am debt free. I do not fuck around. I will pay for shit to get fixed because I know that in the long run, it'll cost me way more. True. Yeah. I'm an adult. You are, although this is true. Listen up, kids. You will never be richer than you are debt free. This country wants you to have both savings and debt. Make that math work. You know what? You know what happened when I cleared my debt and I was free? I got a credit card with the highest. They offered me a credit card with the highest limit I've ever seen, and I was like, "You fucker!"
What's the limit?
They're like, "Come on back, buddy." It was like, it was. I don't know why I want to say it was 100,000. It was something insane. I was like, "Oh my god!" They're like, "Oh, you paid off your debt. Here's a credit card. Buy more shit you can't afford." It's and interest. Haha. Do that, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, do whatever you got to do to get out of debt. That's or don't be in it.
Well, if you are already in debt, like you might as well stay in debt and give us some more super chats. So,
I mean, think about all these people in these big houses and they don't even use the whole house.
Don't even get me started.
I remember one time I called the bank. This was like me being like a dick, but to the bank. And I called them and said, "Hey, can you give me a loan to get out of debt, but just make it like a high interest rate so I still owe you, but I'm out of like this crazy debt to all these different people." And they're like, "It's debt consolidation." I'm like, yeah, whatever. And they're like, "No, you have to do debt consolidation." I was like, "No, I'll just do it this way. Just approve me for the loan. I'll pay off all these people, and then I'll just pay you back once with, some semi-high interest rate." And they're like, "We don't do that." And I was like, "Yeah, of course you don't. Fuck off."
But if you told them it was like you're starting a business about making silicone bathtubs, then they would fucking give you.
Do you know what I did? I started riding my bike to work 10 miles each way. It's actually a little over that. It's more like 12. But I did that for a year. Because I was like, I'm not paying gas prices.
Fuck that.
Got in pretty good shape too. So
shout out to this comment in the chat of credit cards are unsecured loans and they cannot collect your debt by force. If you are intelligent about it, you do not need to pay credit card debt. Let me just put it that way. It's not illegal. They're not going to send cops to your house.
A Yo Mama cap contest between it's too late at night. I don't have it in me.
What is Yo Mama cap contest?
Like your Yo Mama is so classless. She's basically a Marxist utopia.
But what does the cap mean? What is a cap contest?
Oh, just like
ball cap?
I think outdoing each other.
Oh. Well, I would win because I would just respond with "my mom's dead," and that would make me win. So.
No, it's insulting someone's mom. Like,
yeah, but
it doesn't have to be to each other. It doesn't have to be.
But I would win because I would just say, "Oh, my mom's dead." You can't say.
How
that
do you
to
know
me.
my
Now
mom's not dead? This is the thing: is we're not doing it to each other. We're just throwing them out there as who has the best one.
I'm just telling you, I would win.
I'm not laughing at your sadness. I'm not. You can't make me. I care about you. I wouldn't do that.
I would win so hard. I'm just telling you.
Well,
you ever get someone say your mama's fucking fat, and I'm like, yeah, my mom's so fat she died of obesity. She had a heart attack. She's dead now. Thanks for reminding me. No, she didn't die of obesity. That's not true. I'm spreading fake news.
Well, if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. I'm not going to be this guy that laughs along.
You're smiling though.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how you and my wife would really get along. Some of the outrageous shit you guys say.
Oh, you got to bring her on the show.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Nah, it's probably for the best. Oh man, that third beer really
Cap
got me.
on Matt's mustache. What? I shaved today. I mean, look, and this is the thing. People are always like, "You look so young." It's not normal. I can't grow a full fucking beard
Yeah, me neither.
I get a pretty decent mustache, but like, it all just starts to like crap out where it should be like a legit beard.
I love that you use the term crap out.
No, it just like doesn't. It's just like it's growing, and then it's like,
it just fucking craps out,
So like I shave, and most guys, it would be like tomorrow, it'd be like, dude, you need to shave again. But me, it'll be like next Monday, and you'll be like, did you shave again? I go, no.
Yeah.
So
Yo, we got someone in the chat. You're approaching Hassan streaming levels. I mean, y'all don't understand. I used to stream 16 hours a day. This is before Hassan Piker was a fucking, no one knew this guy, right? I used to stream. This was a career choice I made for several years. 16 hours a day, every day. I had no vacation, no breaks. I can do this shit in my sleep. In fact, I'm sleeping right now. The longest stream I ever did was, I think it was like 35, 36 hours, somewhere around there.
Damn.
That shit fucked me up. I mean, I do not miss those days, but goddamn, like this is fun. 4 hours. This is easy. This is a fucking. I could do 4 hours anytime. Oh Jesus fucking Christ! What are we doing? What is this? What are you in fucking math class? What are we doing?
0 P side pencil in my mustaches.
Oh, is that what he said?
What are we in math class? What is that reference?
Well, you have a pencil because you're in math. You're writing math because you have. I don't know.
Oh, right, because I only draw with crayons.
I don't know. It's just a random.
I hold
class.
crayons like this and go, drawing pictures. This is my family. Look at this. Look at this comment.
Been going a little hard.
Have they? I didn't notice. Or maybe I just thought it was all fun.
No, but they were sincerely.
No hard feelings.
Yeah, no, you thought it was just all fun and games.
I'm not walking around being like
sincerely cursing your family and hoping and putting a hex on your ass.
I don't go around thinking
throughout
like,
the show.
Wow, bad lefty is really coming down, man.
Jeez. What the fuck?
Be like, my wife's like, what are you thinking about? And I'm like, huh? What? Oh, nothing. Just bad lefty was lighting me up in the chat last night.
Really
man.
giving me a hard time.
Talking about me drawing with crayons and shit.
I don't draw
it's okay.
with crowns.
It's just a chat. It's not real.
You ever meet someone who calls them crowns? You ever meet those people?
Yeah, I don't get that.
I
don't get that. Yeah, as a kid, I was like, huh?
You say wooder and you're cringing out
I
as someone saying crowns. Well, you used to.
That's not like a choice.
Oh, it wasn't a choice. You did not
learn
you
behavior.
Did not. It's not like you chose, hey, can I get some wooder over here? You never chose to say those words.
I learned to unlearn what I had learned. Look,
such as drawing with colored pencils.
This is a real story.
Or crayons, whatever one.
There was a guy from Pennsylvania who was investigating the Unabomber, like at the beginning. This is a real story. And they didn't know what the fuck. And they had like a dry erase board, and somebody had written Wooder, Wooder. And one day he was like, what's this word? Why is this written up here? Who wrote this up here? And they're like, I don't know. You're saying that all the time. He's like, huh? And they're like, we thought that was part of the investigation or a clue or something. You're always saying that. And he goes, no, water. And they're like, oh. And so he was like trying to say, we have to be looking at water, but he would say Wooder. My favorite Grateful Dead cover band is called Crickwooder. And I was like, are you guys from Maryland? And the lead singer's like, yeah, I grew up in Arundel on the Bay. And I was like, fuck, dude. That's like 2 minutes from where I grew up in West.
Yeah, but they also, that's what you don't, or maybe you do understand, is they also say Wooder in Pennsylvania and like Philadelphia.
It's that area. Yeah. And like Jersey.
Yep.
Wherever there's an Ocean City. Ocean City.
I went to Ocean City a couple years ago. Ocean City fucking sucks. It's horrible.
Jersey or Delaware? Maryland, Delaware.
That one, the second one.
Oh, did you really? And Rehoboth?
I was there for one night.
No sales taxes in Delaware. So
shit, it's garbage.
It's not garbage. So what? You didn't go to Mother Cluckers?
No, I stayed at a hotel.
Didn't like that. Was it shoreside or oceanside? Beach side or oceanside?
I mean, the beach was like right there, I guess. But
did you have to cross Ocean Highway? The main drag? Did you have to cross that?
I mean,
I
wasn't driving. I
was
don't
it on
drive.
a boardwalk?
I mean, there was one somewhere I could see one out of my eyesight.
Okay, when you left the hotel, did you like exit the parking lot and then walk over to the beach, or did you have to cross?
I didn't go to the beach.
Oh, you're like, I went to Ocean City. It sucked, and you didn't go to the beach. What the fuck are you doing there?
I
You just
was
hung out in the hotel.
Yeah, I was on a road trip, and we,
What were you on
stayed
a
there.
road trip to? Where were you going?
Well, one of my grandparents died, and I was going to go visit, so I had to drive.
Oh, okay. So you were passing through Ocean City,
and we stayed there. And I looked around a little bit. I didn't
you
like
were going to
explore the
Delaware.
sites. I wasn't going to Delaware.
Did you come through Delaware to Ocean City, like to Salisbury, Maryland, or something, or did you come the other way toward? Oh, there's no passing.
I wasn't driving. I don't fucking know.
There's Ocean City is a destination, and then on either side are the ways in and out. So it's not like you would go to Ocean City and then find your way to somewhere else.
Well, I mean, that was like the halfway point. So it's like, let's go in there, check it out.
Maryland.
Yeah.
I'm dying to know. You have to tell me off air because I'm looking at the map and it's not making any sense.
I mean, I wasn't driving. I'm not a driver.
You would like Assateague Island, which is right there. It's a wild horse sanctuary.
It's an island, so there's wild horses.
Wild horse sanctuary. It's the coolest fucking thing. You can do like what they call like primitive camping. Or once upon a time. Yeah, just like figure it out, man. There's no like little spots you reserve. You just go for it.
Are there like what happens if you die? Is there like a waiver?
What do you mean get trampled by the wild horse?
Or like you just starvation, or so you forget to bring food and you don't know how to get any?
You can walk to civilization. It's not an island in the sense that you could never get back to shore. I would have thrown that caveat in there. I would have been like, okay, you should go to Assateague Island, but like have somebody experienced with it. Actually, you do probably need like a tow cable and stuff. Like, so you need like a truck with a tow cable. But
how the fuck do you get a truck to an island?
There'd be a fucking bridge, man. What are you talking about?
What? There's a bridge?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
How'd the horses get there, Andrea?
Okay. Well, first of all,
how'd the horses get there?
First of all, we gotta have some like rules and regulations around the English language here. If it's an island, how the fuck is there a bridge? That's not an island. That's a peninsula.
You think the bridge cancels out it being an island?
It turns the island into a peninsula. It's now a peninsula. It's no longer an island.
Do you mind if I look it up?
Well, I mean, this is a debate. This is not. You can't look this up. The chat. Bring the chat involved. Get the chat in here. When the bridge is formed, it's a new landmass, thus creating a peninsula out of the island. An island is surrounded on all four sides by water. The bridge creates a landmass in between one thing and the island, thus creating a peninsula. Am I wrong? As for how the horses got there, who fucking knows? They could have been there the whole time. I don't fucking know. So I don't know how big the island is. For all I know, it could be as large as fucking Delaware itself. It could be a pretty big island.
No, a bridge does not make an island a peninsula.
I don't care what fucking Google says. Okay, this is a linguistic
BBC
debate. This is a historical debate about the English language. What the fuck?
It's not partisan. I went outside of the U.S.
They don't know what's going on over there. Okay, it's a peninsula. It's no longer an island.
The horses were walking around Ocean City and they were like, man, there's too many fucking tourists here.
Let's cross this bridge.
You see that island over there? Dude, we're either going to run across the bottom of the ocean or swim, but we're getting there. and we'll be free.
Well, first of all, like boats exist. You ever heard of Ellis Island? There's no bridge from New York to Ellis Island.
Boats to an island, so they have a dock on the island?
A dock's fine?
For what?
For boats.
To bridge the gap between the
Yeah, but
mainland
it's
and
not permanent. A bridge is a permanent structure. It's a new landmass.
what if it's a drawbridge? What if
All
the
right.
bridge, it's like peninsula, island, peninsula, island.
I'm open to that.
peninsula,
I'm open to
island,
that.
So it's like here's the bridge.
Yep.
And instead of saying the bridge is going up, they go, Assateague will now be an island. Then they'll say Assateague will now be a peninsula, and you'll be, oh, it's coming back down.
That's perfect. That's correct.
You know what we used to do? So I lived in Annapolis. That's where I grew up. And there were bridges all over the place. One of them rotated and boats could go by, and some would go up and down. And what I used to do was, because you would hate to get held up by the bridge in traffic. It was like, oh, fuck, we caught the bridge. It was always like a thing. So what I would do is lean out, because these people are on sailboats. I would lean out of the window and yell, go around.
And they heard you, right? And they're like, oh, okay, that's a good idea.
They must have just been like at least one person that was like, wait, can we go around? I even did it when I would walk to work.
Where the fucking boat went around that one bridge in Baltimore and then blew the whole thing up? They were trying to go around. Maybe someone was telling them to go around, and then
that thing didn't have any brakes, man.
They were trying to go around.
I have friends that live there. That has created all kinds of this happened in Colorado when it was flooded. One bridge, you wouldn't think this would be a problem. One little bridge went out, and they were like, oh, guess what? We're not going to fix that for 4 years. They're just now getting around to fixing some of this shit. And that was like 2014, I think, or 2013. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
Speaking of 14, possibly 15, we're at 4 hours, 14, possibly 15 minutes.
15 minutes and 10 seconds.
Are we over the record yet? What was last week's show?
Well, the record is 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Fuck that.
Technically, we can get that by just leaving the stream on and walking away.
No.
That's what we did to get that the first time. 4 hours, 2 minutes.
Oh, so we win. All right. Let's get the hell out of here.
What are you trying to leave? Why are you so impatient all of a sudden?
Well, I gotta... Is that it? Are we done?
You are.
Is that an olive in that glass? Is that what that... Is that supposed to be me in the orange? When have I ever worn orange? Or am I in the green? Or is that Sandy?
Maybe I would just say to your pixel version, sober up.
What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, not even close.
I mean, we run on the tab. Look. I'm like,
what happened to your mouth? Where's mine?
I'm not paying that. That's cartoon for. Don't look at me.
But how come Sandy gets a mouth? That's weird.
Technically, that's just lipstick where a mouth should be.
Well, why is Sandy wearing lipstick?
Oh, anyway, shit. Don't talk over the outro.
Oh.
Like doing pre-interview for the letter hack now.
God damn it.